Hello friends, welcome back to my channel. If you are new here, my name is Abby and I like to talk about spooky things. In today's video, I'm going to be showing you 54 terrifying TikToks about Chicago and other parts of Illinois. Brief intermission from future Abby here. This video may seem familiar to a lot of you. Unfortunately, this is a repost because one of the creators that I featured in this video decided to file an unlawful copyright claim against me and have my video completely removed. I'm kind of at a loss for words at this point. I spend a lot of time and put a lot of work into my videos. I mean, it takes me 2+ days to prepare, research, film, edit, and upload one of these videos. And especially recently, I've been having a lot of health issues. It's a lot of work for me to post these videos, and don't get me wrong, I love doing it, but it's so incredibly frustrating a situation like this where my video gets taken down under false pretenses after the amount of effort I've put into it. It's really disappointing that there are people out there like that would claim something just to have your video taken down. That someone could be so vindictive that they're willing to do something like that. All of the content that I use in my videos is protected under the Fair Use Act. First of all, I make these videos because I want to share people's stories. I want to share people's experiences. I have a deep fascination with the paranormal, as I'm sure you all know by now. And I absolutely adore watching these videos. And so I thought it would be so much fun to be able to share that with other people, be able to give my thoughts, because I feel like, I have a lot of thoughts. I have so many thoughts. Someone with ADHD, I have so many thoughts. And I had no one to talk about this stuff with. And I wanted to build a community that I could talk about this stuff with, that I could share things with you guys, give my thoughts, we could have a conversation. I can share information about what these occurrences may be. And it's meant to be informative and also a way for people who may not believe in the paranormal to get a different viewpoint of it. I mean, at its absolute core, my videos are not only meant to entertain, but to inform people and bring about a good topic of conversation. So because of this, I'm sharing this content. I am giving commentary and sharing information and adding on to these TikToks that I share with you guys, so all of my content is protected under fair use. I am allowed to use content in an educational and informative manner with commentary like I do. I have every right to be able to use this content, copywritten or not. However, there are some people that, unfortunately, despite knowing that fair use is a thing, decide to put a claim on my channel, which negatively affects me. My video's down, the revenue I made from it is gone. I mean, I'm a relatively small creator. This is what I do for a living, and so it's really unfortunate when something that I put days of work into and that was going to be a portion of my rent money is now just gone because someone decided to be miserable. So it's really upsetting and disappointing, and it's frustrating that there's people like that out there. She came to me and asked me if I could remove my video, which, again, I spend days on these videos. I can't just remove it. I told her that I wouldn't include her in any upcoming videos. I had one that was supposed to come out with her in it. I made her aware of this. But I told her that I would not use her content in any future videos, despite the fact that I am legally allowed to do so. And she still, despite this, decided to have my video taken down by YouTube. Now, because legally I can use these videos, I could have my video restored. However, during this process, YouTube requires me to send her my address and phone number in case she wants to personally reach out to me. And unfortunately, I don't feel comfortable with sending someone like that my personal information, so that is not an option for me. My only option is taking out her clip and re-uploading this video, which many of you have already seen. I'm kind of blabbering on here, and I don't want to keep you too much from the rest of the video for those of you who haven't seen it already. But yeah, this is just a really frustrating situation. She could have asked me to remove the clip from my video, which I would have happily done, but no, instead she wanted me to remove my whole video and was not happy until I lost days of work. So yeah, it's really hard for me to believe that there's people like that out there. It's really frustrating as a creator. I mean, she is a fellow creator. She should understand how it feels when someone decides to go and remove your work. And yet she chose to do that anyway. It's really upsetting and disappointing, and people like that who are willing to try and ruin someone's livelihood, try and destroy hours of someone's work. I mean, now I have to go and re-edit this entire video. Thankfully, I still have the footage saved from my camera, but someone who is willing to do something like that to another person is kind of what's wrong with humanity these days. So, thank you guys for listening to this chat. I do apologize for the re-upload, but this literally was one of the videos I was most excited for because, again, it is Chicago, and I'm so excited to do this series. So I'm absolutely devastated that this is the video that was unfortunately taken down. Literally my favorite video I've ever made, and we're in this pickle. But yeah, so here's the video again. If you haven't seen it already, please enjoy. If you have seen it and you feel like you want to watch it again, please do. I don't even know what to say at this point. I've spent the past few hours like trying to calm myself down to film this because I was a wreck earlier. It's unbelievably disheartening, but yeah. If you commented on the last one and shared your stories, I hadn't gotten to viewing all the comments yet, so feel free to comment it again. I'd really love to read all your Chicago and Illinois stories. And yeah, without further ado, let's get right on back to the original intro. This is the first installment of a series I'm going to be doing called Haunted USA. I was inspired by one of the TikTokers that we're going to be talking about in this video to make this series. I am from the Chicago suburbs, born and raised, lived in LA for a few years, but am now back. I love my city. It is, in my opinion, the most beautiful city in the world. And when I saw this creator making haunted Chicago TikToks, I was just eating it up. And I was like, I would love to delve further into other people's stories and talk about this because I love an excuse to talk about my city. And then I was like, you know what? What if I do every state in America? So that's what this has turned into. So this is terrifying TikToks about Illinois with a large focus on Chicago. And over the next, I don't know, maybe a few months, we will delve into each of the 50 states and their paranormal lore. If you guys enjoyed this video, please be sure to give it a big thumbs up, click the subscribe button down below, and turn on post notifications so you would never miss a video. I post Sundays and Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4 p.m. Central Time. And without further ado, let's get right on into the video. Our first TikTok's by the user, elmeroiniestra.
Tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable but is entirely true.
This was back in 2010 when I was a senior in high school. I've said this story already, but it was a couple of years ago, and I'm just going to go into more detail, and this is a trend that's going around, and yeah. I'm from the northwest suburbs of Chicago, and there's this town that's called Barrington, Illinois, and I don't live too far from there, but there's a place that's haunted there. It's called the White Cemetery, and it's off of Cuba Road. If any of you that live close by here, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Me and my friends decided to go ghost hunting one day. It was like on a Saturday. It was our senior year. We had heard about this place, and back then we were on some shit that like we were like really into like fucking ghost hunting, and we wanted to see some fucked up shit. So we were on that high back then. So we decided to go. We looked it up, and me and like 5 other people, we packed my friend's Buick, and we took off, man. We went to the cemetery. On our way there, because it was so many of us, we ended up getting stopped by a cop. The cop ends up telling us, "Hey, where are you guys going? You know, does everybody have their seatbelts?" And we're like, "Yeah, you know, we're kind of like shooting the shit. You know, he's a cool cop. He was all right." And then he tells us, "Where are you guys going?" And then we said, "Oh, we're going to the White Cemetery, you know, off of Cuba Road." And then he's like, "Oh, you guys are going ghost hunting, huh?" And we're like, "Yeah, maybe, you know, maybe we'll see something. I don't know." And then he got real serious. Then he says, "All right, well, okay, cool. Listen, I just want you guys to know, this was on Thanksgiving." What was like 2 weeks out? Because he says, you know, Thanksgiving is coming up, guys, in 2 weeks. I just really be careful. I don't want you guys to not come home because a month ago, or was it like 2 months ago, it had just happened. But he was like, you know, a month ago, there was a group of teenagers that went out there and they ended up flipping their car. I don't want you guys to do anything stupid like that. It would be a really bad gift for you guys to do and give your family right before Thanksgiving. Please be careful. Don't do anything. I don't know, maybe he was serious, maybe he was just fucking with us. I don't know. Maybe you guys can Google this. It was in 2010. Maybe if there was a car accident around there, I don't know. And we're like, yeah, okay, cool, thanks, man. No, we'll be safe. You know, we're not drinking or nothing. He said, all right, man, be careful, please. And then he took off. And then we ended up going to the cemetery. We get to the cemetery. This must have been like at midnight from what I remember. We ended up going there. We park on the side of the road, and then we walk into the cemetery. We're walking around, and we're like begging for things to happen. When I tell you we didn't give a fuck at that time, me and my friends didn't give a fuck at that time. We were begging for shit to happen. We wanted to see some shit. We wanted to see like something come off the ground. We wanted to see like a ghost or something. We wanted to see like something off in the distance, you know. And like we didn't care. Thinking back on it now, I would never do that anymore now because we're older and we're adults and we're more mature. But back then, we didn't give a shit what the hell happened. But, you know, nothing ended up happening. So then, you know, we get into our car and we're like, all right, this is kind of lame, whatever. So we get into the car. We ended up leaving. And we knew about this place because we were looking for, like, the top haunted places around Illinois. And Cuba Road White Cemetery was one of those places. On the way home, we're going and we stop at the stoplight. We're still, like, in the road. But there's a stoplight that we ended up getting to at the intersection. There's nobody at this intersection and the light turns red. We're sitting at the intersection and we're waiting there. I swear to God, we must have waited for, like, 2 minutes at that intersection. And, you know, I'm getting annoyed, and then everybody else is kind of telling my friend, you're like, hey, man, like, come on, run the light. You know, we're, like, joking, not joking at the same time. But we're like, run the light, man, run the light. He's like, no, I'm not going to do it. All of a sudden, this group of teenagers in a car pulls up next to us. They pull up next to us, and then I'm like, oh, shit, you know, they're saying shit to us. We're saying things back, you know. We're, like, you know, having a good time. It was, like, a group of, like, it was mixed with guys and girls in the car. I think they were going to a party or something. But they're saying things to us. We're saying it back. And then we're like, hey, race them. And then they start revving their engine. And then my friend's like, no, I'm not going to do it. You know what? Then the light turns green. It turns green. We don't end up racing them. They peel out. They take the fuck off. And they, you know, kind of just disappear into the distance. And they were laughing and waving at us. We didn't erase them because we ended up turning in a different direction. You know, and that was it. That was the end of our night. That following Monday, we're at school. Remember, because I'm still a senior in high school. I'm at my locker. My friend comes up to me who was driving. He comes up to me, he's like, hey, man, you know, how are you? You know, like, kind of like, I could tell he was kind of off a little bit. And I'm like, hey, man, what's up? You know, and he's like, hey, I got a question for you, dude. He's like, I haven't told any of the guys, you know, because I don't know, man, he was like all out of it. But he's like, hey, I don't know, maybe he was just thinking about it. I don't know. But he's like, hey, man, do you know how we went out to, like, Cuba Road? I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember. I'm like, yeah, kind of like, you know, annoyed because we didn't see anything. He's like, do you remember when the cop stopped us? I'm like, yeah. He's like, do you remember when the cop told us about those group of teenagers? I'm like, yeah. And he goes, do you remember when we went to the stoplight and the group of teenagers that we saw at the stoplight? And I was like, fuck. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, do you think that was them? Maybe? He's like, I've been thinking about it all weekend. And I was like, dude, when he told me that, I'm like, I swear when I tell you that the hairs on my skin was crawling, like I had the goosebumps, holy shit, man. I was like, you know what? I don't know. I'm like, that could have been a coincidence thinking about it now. Or it might have not been a coincidence. I don't know. Maybe somebody can find it on Google. Maybe that was an accident that happened. I don't know. That was the first time that we went. The second time we went was with another time. I think it was like a month later. The second time I went with another group of friends, and we went in my friend's Astro van. If you guys remember, those are like those big-ass vans, you know, that you could pack a bunch of people in it. It was like 5 or 6 of us that went because they had heard about our story. So we're like, let's go, another group of friends. So we ended up going back. I went with them because I didn't give a shit. We go there, and again, we walk the cemetery. Nothing ever happens. We park the car. We're taking pictures now this time to see maybe we can capture like an orb or something. I don't know. Nothing. We didn't capture anything. So we said, all right, well, let's get the hell out of here. Let's go. Maybe we can catch a party or something. We get in my friend's car, and then we leave. And then, you know, we're like, I'm sitting, my friend is driving. I'm right behind him behind the driver's seat. And I'm kind of like, you know, looking against the window, kind of like all like annoyed and like, oh, we just wasted our time type of thing. All of a sudden, I look to my side as I'm looking this way. You know, when you can see a car coming from the distance, you can see kind of the lights getting closer by. No, that never happened. I'm just looking out here. All of a sudden, it either was a Mustang or a GTO. I don't know what it was. Just kind of like appeared right here. It appeared on my left side, like by the left rear tire. It just appeared right here, and it just revved its engines, and it passed us by, you know. And it was kind of close to us. Not gonna lie, I was like, what the fuck? And it passes. It just passes, and it was like, it was trying to race us. I'm like, oh shit. And we're all telling our friend, like, yo, race him. And my friend was like, hell yeah. And he tries to race it, but he's in a van. He's not going to pass his car. Like, it was a black car, and it kind of just went in front of us, and it was trying to like rev its engines and shit, and it just took off. We're looking at it like, oh, catch up to him. And, he was trying to, but he wasn't going to catch up to him. And then I see the car kind of turn left, and then as we're coming up to that street that it turned, I looked. It wasn't there anymore. So I'm like, oh man, he's already gone. We're talking shit to our friend. Like, oh, you couldn't keep up with him. Like, dude, that guy's like in a Mustang or whatever. Like, you're not going to catch up to him. But we're just giving him shit. So we ended up getting to my friend's house. We get to my friend's house, and then, we're talking, and then he's like, one of my other friends, it was like 3 of them. And they're like, hey, how was it? How was the ghost hunting? And we're like, man, it was lame. We didn't see anything. Nothing ever happened. And then we're like, yeah, just some car tried to race us. And then my friend that was there, he kind of got serious. He's like, what do you mean a car tried racing you? And I'm like, yeah, a car just tried racing us, it was just trying to, we couldn't keep up with it because we had the van. And then my friend goes, was it a black car? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, was it like a Mustang or what? And I'm like, I think so. And he goes, did it pass you like on the left side, like closer to the shoulder? And I was like, yeah, like how do you know? And he's like, did it disappear kind of or what? I'm like, now I'm thinking he's fucking with me. Now I'm thinking that this asshole's the one that was in the car. And I'm like, well, yeah, how do you know? So then my friend comes up and he pulls up an article that was on his phone. And he said, look, and the article says that supposedly there's this ghost car that tries to run you off the road. And it's like in a black Mustang or something. And it tries to run you off the road, or it tries to race you, or like it'll pass you like way on the shoulder of the side of the road. And it says, do not try to race this car because it's supposedly it's a demon car or something like that. It's black, and it's gonna, I don't know, it tries to run you off the road supposedly. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? I was thinking, holy shit, like there's this physical proof. And my friend goes, is that what you saw? And I'm like, I think it is, man. And then all me and my other friends looking at each other like, nah, like because we all saw the same shit. We all saw the car pass us, a black car, a black Mustang, try to run us off the road or races, whatever he was trying to do. And he took off and he disappeared. And we're all looking at each other like we were trying to race this motherfucker. Thank God we didn't catch up to him because we had a van. Holy shit, man.
Okay, first of all, what's with teenage boys and car racing? I don't understand the appeal, but hey. Thank God they were in a big van though and weren't able to catch up to that car if it is in fact what they thought it was. I think it's crazy that they're thinking the first car that they came across was the teenagers that had allegedly passed on that road. And then they go again and then they come in contact with a ghost demon car. Maybe neither of those things were exactly what they were expecting to find and what they were looking for, but they definitely came in contact with something. Our next TikTok's with user bre.brief.
One time I accidentally booked the most haunted hotel in Chicago for my friend and I am no longer allowed to book hotels. My friend and I were traveling to Chicago. It was my first time. She had been there before. I just went online. I found a hotel that was not super expensive, good reviews, and centrally located. And that was the Congress Plaza Hotel in Chicago, which is the most haunted building in Chicago, supposedly. We get into Chicago at like 11 o'clock at night. We get into an Uber from the airport to our hotel. Uber driver's being really chatty. We pull up to the Congress Plaza Hotel and he says, oh, my daughter's obsessed with this hotel. It's the most haunted hotel in Chicago. And we said, what? And he said, yeah, she really wants to stay the night here because it's supposedly really haunted. And we were like, please tell us you're joking. He was not joking and pulled up and was like, okay, see ya, have a good stay. At this point, we're terrified because I cannot do haunted. My friend cannot do haunted. Even like the idea of it being haunted, whether or not it actually was, we just were like, we're not gonna sleep. This is the worst. This is worst case scenario. Okay, this is the hotel that we pull up to. You can't really tell in this, but it's like pretty old. It was built in like the 1800s, like the late 1800s was when it was like booming. This is the lobby that we walked in. No one's in the lobby, and granted it's 11 o'clock at night, but still it felt very like, we had the idea of it being haunted in our minds, so that colored our experience here. We check in with the bellhop and we're like, haha, our Uber driver just said this place is haunted, hoping he'll be like, oh, that's just rumors, like we never have any issues. And he's like, yeah, we get that a lot. So he didn't reassure us at all. He basically confirmed. So at that point we're like, okay, stick it out, we can do this. We go to the elevator. This is the elevator, beautiful. We get in, our room was on the 11th floor. Let's just get to the room and we'll see how we feel, is what we decided. Because again, it's like 11:30 at this point. So we get in the elevator, I push 11, elevator takes us up, doors open, pitch black, just a pitch black hallway. And we said, nope, and went back to the lobby because there was not a shot in hell we were walking down a dark corridor in a supposedly haunted hotel. This is the ballroom, just wanted to show you. It's very pretty, supposedly very haunted. Anyway, so we go back to the lobby, we find a different bellhop this time. Mind you, they're dressed like they are from the 1800s, like red cap, red like button, whatever. Very old school bellhop outfit. And we're like, hey, so we just got on the elevator and it opened to a dark corridor. And he goes, oh yeah, like that happens sometimes, just try again and it'll work. And we said, what happens sometimes? What do you mean? Anyway, so I don't know how we did it, how we made ourselves do it, but we went up that elevator again and we walked all the way to our room. Now these are the hallways. And it doesn't look very eerie because it's not nighttime, the windows are open. But imagine this, if you can see at the end of this hallway is a door with a tiny window in it. We have to walk through, we probably walked through 3 doors like that down the hallway. It was like a labyrinth. The walls kept like curving around and we would like curve around and there's all these room numbers and then we get to another door with a hole in it and we'd have to walk through that. This is kind of like a better image of like how the walls went. Anyway, and here's a better picture of the door with the little window in it, which just felt very insane asylum to me. Spooky. Okay, anyway, we get to our room. It looks a little bit like this. I don't remember exactly what it looked like. We were just freaked out at that point. There was no chance that we were gonna stay there. So we got on the phone, found a hotel nearby that had vacancy. We go back to the lobby. They were super nice. They didn't end up charging us. We were like, I'm so sorry. I know we're annoying, but we can't stay here. Like we can't do haunted. So at that point we were like, we're not looking anything up about this hotel until tomorrow. So we got to the new hotel, went to sleep, still didn't sleep great. But the next day we were like, okay, let's Google what this hotel is really about. And this is what we found out. Okay, this is from an article in CBS News, but quoting Chicago Hauntings Ghost Tours. But basically saying it's a super haunted place in Chicago, describes it as being very creepy. It's also like very historical, like a lot of presidents stayed there. Al Capone had like a residence there for a while. And another creepy historical figure was like H.H. Holmes was rumored to frequent the lobby there and like find victims. If you haven't read Devil in the White City, do that now. So there have been many documented at the hotel, too many to try to start a comprehensive list. That's how many there have been. I'm not gonna go through this one, but you can pause to read. But his ghost is referred to as the Shadow Man. The most haunted floor is the 12th floor, which is rumored to be haunted by a little boy. And they connect it to the death of Carol Langer, who was a little boy and his, hold on, I'll show you. This is his mom. You can pause to read. But basically she threw her children from a window and then herself. But basically a lot of people have reported seeing a little boy in the hallway running around. No, thank you. Room 441 is on the 4th floor and it is supposedly the most haunted room. Many people report calling security because they see a woman standing or hovering over their bed, pushing or tugging on the bed, pulling off their covers. This one doesn't scare me so much and actually probably would have loved to see Peg Leg Johnny. He's just kind of like a funny ghost who roams the hallways. The ballroom that I showed you, there's also rumors about that. It's called the Gold Room, haunted by a ghost of an old woman. Some have reportedly had her in photographs from their weddings. There's also rumors that photos will be taken and like bridesmaids don't show up in the photos even though they were supposed to be there. And this is what really got us. Legend has it that the elevator often makes unplanned stops. on the 8th floor. Remember how our elevator opened up to a dark corridor? Our theory at the time, because something that we Googled, which I can't find now, and I don't have any proof that this is true, but there were rumors on these blogs that the 12th floor was completely shut down because it was so haunted. So what we thought happened was our elevator opened on the 12th floor instead of the 11th floor, and that's why it was dark, because it's a closed off floor. I have no idea if that's true, but that's what we thought. Another thing about the elevators, so fun. Anyway, if you're into haunted things, I've heard it's fun to stay at the Congress Plaza Hotel. I will not be joining you, but I wish you the best of luck. And tell Peg Leg Johnny I say hello.
It's so funny to me because I would absolutely eat that up. I would purposely book it because it's haunted. And she's over here like switching hotels because it's haunted. I mean, realistically, if it's a well-known hotel, nothing severely bad is probably going to happen to you. You might have some, you know, spooky experiences, but it's not necessarily like going into a demonic house and getting an attachment. I'd say that's pretty unlikely from a reputable, well-known, historic hotel. But obviously, if she doesn't even want the spooky experiences, I understand wanting to leave if you want to not stress about that. Believe me, I stayed at the Roosevelt Hotel one night, and I loved it. However, I had a hard time falling asleep. I could not, I couldn't close my eyes. It'd be one of those things where I was doing like slow blinks because I couldn't keep my eyes closed to fall asleep. And eventually I did fall asleep with that method, but I was so scared to close my eyes in the Roosevelt Hotel. Granted, that was years ago. That was 2021. It seemed a lot longer ago than it actually was. But in my life transformation, that was a long time ago. I think I would be a lot less scared to fall asleep in said hotel. But it's just, yeah, it's so funny to me because my first thought was, oh my god, like I would love it if I accidentally booked a haunted hotel. That would be so exciting. But, you know, we're not all obsessed with the haunted. Our next TikTok's with user Parahan251.
Now, Central Illinois is considered home to a lot of creepy and weird things. I consider it to be one of the most haunted places in the United States. Now, the Peoria area is sort of a hotspot for activity. Grandview Drive in Peoria Heights is considered to be one of the most beautiful drives in America, but it's also the most haunted. Now, the earliest ghost reports go back to 1907 when it was reported in the newspaper that on a nightly basis, people riding in their horse and carriages were being chased by a specter. The reports continued much after this, though, that there is a ghost who's seen on Grandview Drive that chases cars. There are reports of these lights, these orbs that are seen on the hillside. And when people approach them, they seem to move or disappear. There are phantom joggers, phantom cars. There is an old legend at the end of Grandview Drive that when you drive up the hill at night, you might see a man standing in the middle of the road. There are people who said they've heard Indian chants coming from the woods or disembodied voices. Now, the oldest legend of this area is that of the Peoria Heights Water Tower, which is on the beginning of the Grandview Drive. Now, it's this tall red water tower with an observation deck on top that you can actually go and look and see views of the Illinois River. But the story goes in the 1970s, supposedly there was this high school girl who was distraught after her boyfriend broke up with her on prom night. So she went to the tower and went to the top and jumped off the side. It's said that when she fell to the ground, her blood spattered on the side of this tower. And despite efforts trying to clean this, they could not get the blood stain off, so they painted the tower red. Now, there's no documentation to actually prove this story, but still, there are people who report seeing the ghost of a young girl. In fact, I talked to someone who worked at the tower, and they said at night they would have to go up to the observation deck and make sure that it was completely clear. Well, when they go to the top observation deck, they see a woman standing by the ledge. And when they go to tell her it's closing time, she simply vanishes. So after that night, she did not want to go up there at night alone. There are people in the area who've reported they were sitting in the bench and they seen a woman walk by and sort of vanish right in front of their eyes. It's also reported along Grandview Drive of a ghost ship that is believed to be the steamboat, the Columbia, that had crashed on the Illinois River and rivaled the Titanic in people that had passed away. Now, not too far from Grandview Drive, along Prospect, you will find the downtown Peoria Heights area, which there are a lot of businesses located in very old buildings. One specifically is that of Sullivan's, which is considered by a lot of previous workers to be very haunted. Everything from bottles falling off shelves to seeing people out of the corner of their eyes to workers being afraid to go down in the basement. It's definitely believed that this place was possibly built on an old Indian burial ground. Now, we also are home to one of the oldest historical cemeteries in the area, known as the Springdale Cemetery. A lot of Peoria's past residents are buried here, and it's said that they still return to view the beautiful city that they loved. One of the more seen ghosts in this cemetery is that of the White Lady, who is often seen near the creek and pavilion, bent over a tombstone crying, and when people approach her to see if she's all right, she turns around and is often seen without a face. She's also said to be seen running along the hills and the rows of tombstones, gallantly strolling through the cemetery. There have been several reports of people seeing dogs that they follow into an area that is the old pet cemetery. There are reports of this black car that's seen late at night driving around when the cemetery gates were locked, and this is known as the Phantom Car. There is a mausoleum that a lot of kids believed if you went there at midnight and you knocked on it, something would not knock back. There are also reports of a pond that is seen in the middle of the cemetery, except no pond exists. However, in the 1930s and the 1940s, there was a pond in this exact location, but people have reported swimming in this pond and fishing and, having leisurely activities at night, only to discover there was no pond in the cemetery. But probably the scariest of all the ghosts in Springdale Cemetery is that of the caretaker's ghost, which is said to be seen in the back of the cemetery and chase young teenagers attempting to visit the cemetery at night. Some of the other haunted locations in Peoria are that of Emack and Bolios, which is downtown. Apparently the old owner who had fell down the stairs one day and passed away is seen in and around this building and often seen late at night. There is another legend known as California Road in Pekin, and many stories and legends have spawned out of this area, but supposedly if you're driving down this road at night, you will see a young woman walking on the road. If you give her a ride, she will vanish, or sometimes she vanishes right in front of your own eyes. The other areas in Peoria that tend to be most haunted is there is an old cabin that is said to be by the river, and a lot of teenagers would sneak there at night and go along these trails. And it is documented that someone had taken their life there and was found by some young teenagers. But people say when you go there, still to this day, you can hear screams, knocking sounds, and people have even been reported being chased by a guy out of the cabin. Now, the Bartonville Insane Asylum, which at one time was this huge facility along Pfeiffer Road. Well, the oldest story is that of a bookbinder who was actually a patient at the Bartonville Insane Asylum, and he was given the responsibility of burying the patients who had passed away. And it said on his funeral there were all of these people in attendance, and they had witnessed him standing next to a tree, crying as he often did when he would bury the other patients. And even Dr. Zeller himself wrote that he witnessed this along with hundreds of other people. And still to this day, people say you can see the ghost of old bookbinder hanging out near the elm tree next to where he's buried. There are many stories that come out of the old insane asylum itself, where people would say they would see nurses walking the hallways. They would hear screams. There was a teddy bear supposedly on the 4th or 5th floor that would move by itself, that no one knew where it came from. But definitely going there at night, you would get a feeling of dread or a sensation that you were being watched. Peoria is also home to many UFO sightings, especially along Grandview Drive and the Illinois River. Most famously, there was a young son and his dad who were driving in their truck one night just a little bit outside of Peoria when they seen this bright light in the sky, and they noticed it was following their truck. Well, the next thing they knew, they were near the Quad Cities, and they were going in the wrong direction, and they had no idea how they had got to this point in time. And it was one of the well-known documented reports of alien abduction back in the 1980s. So what do you think? Do you have a ghost story about Central Illinois that you'd like to tell?
Our next TikTok is by the user saravcosty.
If you ask me to go to the cemetery, I'm gonna have to pass. This is day 3 of me telling Scout Productions my favorite ghost experiences. Let's get started. Bachelor's Grove is one of the most haunted cemeteries in Illinois and dates back to the 1800s. First inhabitants were mostly single German men, bachelors, who were killed during their work on the Illinois and Michigan Canal. Nestled in the middle of a forest preserve down a very long spooky path, and hundreds of ghost sightings and creepy stories have been attributed to it. It was said to be a dumping ground for bodies by Al Capone in the 20s and a hotbed of satanic activity during the 70s and 80s. People have seen everything there from a floating orb to a phantom farmhouse to a vicious black dog with red eyes. The most famous piece of evidence is this photo of the Madonna of Bachelor's Grove. This photo was taken in 1991, and the investigators who took said photo swear up and down that there was no one sitting on that grave at the moment it was taken. My parents took me and a fellow spooky friend here one October afternoon in 2005. The cemetery looked really cared for, and there were lots of other curious onlookers milling about. So we started taking some pictures. And to our delight, orbs like this started showing up in our photos. But then, for some reason, it all went black. Everything in our photos were dark, except for the graves. Reminder, it was 4 p.m. when these photos were taken, and our freshly charged camera died. I also broke out my, at the time, new Sony tape recorder to do an EVP session. Tapes have fallen apart, and I wish I could play you the voices that we caught, but the one that scared me the most was a woman's shrill scream. That, in the background of this tape recording, as me and my friend just chat away about 7th grader things, unnerving. In 2012, I went back to the cemetery with a group of friends. This time it was July, and it was just near dusk, and no one was there. The cemetery looked completely overgrown and uncared for. Lots of graves had this red candle wax all over them. This is where things get a little woo-woo, so please bear with me. I know it sounds strange, but walking into the cemetery this time, it felt like I was walking into a high school reunion and nobody showed up. Last time the place was practically buzzing with energy, and this time, nothing. We got spooked, started running, and as we were getting back to the car, I had a thought that started in my chest, and before I knew it, it spat out of my mouth. They're following us out. It sounds scary, but it didn't feel scary. It felt protective, as if they were getting us out from a bad situation and protecting us. But I don't think I should go back.
Our next 2 TikToks are by the user amberbowdenvance.
Y'all want to hear a story about Illinois? This story is going to take us to Chicago, the location of the Hull House, and some say the birthplace of the Devil Baby. The Hull House was originally built in 1856 for rich dude Charles J. Hull. After his death, it was inherited by a family member who then donated it to Jane Addams and her partner Ellen Starr, where they originally opened a women's shelter. Jane Addams was a woman of amazing accomplishments. She made significant strides in issues of child labor and women's suffrage in Chicago. And she was also the first American woman to win a Nobel Peace Prize. Like, go Jane! Eventually, she and Ellen turned the Hull House into a settlement house, which was basically like a community center that immigrants could stay in when they first got there. It also offered health care and child care and different services for low-income or families in poverty. But before it came under the ownership of Jane, her and Ellen actually rented here as tenants. And even then, it was already said that this place was haunted. Other tenants told her how Charles Hull's wife, Millicent Hull, had died in her bedroom from an illness and was believed to haunt that bedroom. And guests that spent the night in that room would report waking up to see her standing over them. It was also said even then that the attic was haunted. Jane said that second floor tenants would keep a full pitcher of water in front of the attic stairs, believing that the ghost could not cross the water. But the most well-known supernatural resident of Hull House is the Devil Baby. In 1913, it said residents were shocked when 3 Italian women showed up on the doorstep banging on the door demanding to see the Devil Baby. No amount of denial would convince them that he was not there. They said that the night before, a young woman with a cruel husband had given birth to a devil. Right before she went into the labor, her husband had ripped a holy picture off the wall, and they already had 6 daughters together, and had exclaimed out loud that he would rather the devil himself live in this house than to have another girl, and that shortly after, the Devil Baby was delivered. The 3 women even described the baby, saying that it had horns, hoof feet, red scaly skin, and a tail, born able to fully speak, and laughed with the cynicism of an old man. Rumors spread rapidly, and thousands of people lined the streets for 6 weeks demanding to see this Devil Baby, which Jane insisted was not there and never had been. But many believe that he was there, kept in the attic, hidden from the public, and that Jane was raising him secretly. Some believe the ghost of the Devil Baby still haunts the attic, and some believe the Devil Baby himself is still up there. Employees here report many strange occurrences: footsteps, the sounds of ghost children running down the halls, books flying off shelves, doors slamming, and sometimes even slamming and locking employees inside. Just outside the whole house is a small courtyard that many say is a portal to another world, where entities come in and out of this one. Want to hear a story? This story is going to take us to Bartonville, Illinois. And this is one that really got me in my feels. The story of Old Book. Bartonville is a small village. In its early days, it said it was populated only by dogs and drunken miners. But as it grew, a hospital was constructed, and it became the Illinois Hospital for the Incurable Insane. It opened in 1902. Patients from all over Illinois who were deemed incurable were sent here and placed under the care of a doctor named Dr. George Zeller. At this time in history, insane asylums were the places of nightmares. There are endless horror stories of cruel treatments and inhumane conditions. In this hospital, Dr. Zeller denounced the typical modes of treatment. He had the revolutionary idea to treat his patients as human beings. He was against restraints and imprisonment of the mentally ill and the handicapped, and believed that what they really needed was gentle care and attention. He also tried to make the rooms in the hospital homey. He removed all the bars from the windows and the doors. He even planned social events for the residents and threw them birthday parties. It was a remarkable place for its time, with a remarkable doctor. And not long after it opened, it became home to a remarkable patient. His name was Manuel A. Bookbinder, and he was one of the hospital's first patients. No one actually knew Manuel's full real name. He had no way to communicate it because he was mute and he could not read or write. What's interesting is that he was not born mute. His file claimed that Manuel had been working as an assistant at a publishing house, when suddenly one day he could no longer speak coherently, and eventually could no longer speak at all. He was only 24 when he arrived at the hospital, his only known information being his age, his first name, and his previous occupation. So he was given the name Manuel Bookbinder, and affectionately called Old Book. And Old Book quickly became the favorite of both staff and residents in this hospital. He was a gentle, soft-hearted soul, helpful and kind, and he always had a warm smile for the staff and would hold the hands of the sick with great empathy in his eyes. And when the first unclaimed patient passed away in the hospital, it was Old Book who grabbed a shovel and went to dig that grave. And for nearly a decade, Old Book continued to dig the graves for the newly departed. And he approached this task with the deep respect of someone performing a most sacred and solemn duty. And he attended every funeral, always leaned up against an old elm tree that was in the graveyard. At every single service, Old Book would be leaned against that tree, his cap in his hands, and he wept for each and every person. And as a coffin was lowered into the ground, his tears would become wails of love and grief that seemed to come straight from his soul. Then one day in June of 1910, 8 years after he walked through those hospital doors, Old Book passed away suddenly and with very little warning. He was 32 years old and had contracted TB. Nearly 300 people attended his funeral, which was officiated by Dr. Zeller. The entire nursing staff came, along with many patients who demanded to go to say goodbye to their friend. But something strange happened that warm sunny morning. The men pulled the ropes to begin lowering Old Book's casket into the ground. There was a sudden lack of resistance that pulled the men to the ground and sent the coffin into the air. Quote, "The coffin bounded into the air like an eggshell, as if it were empty," Dr. Zeller wrote in his diary. The nurses shrieked and half of them ran away. At the same time, other onlookers turned and went to the coffin, trying to help the men that had fallen down and to rewrite the coffin, when suddenly an old familiar sound rose from the direction of that elm tree. Everybody froze, and Dr. Zeller wrote, "Every man and woman stood transfixed, for there, just as had always been the case, stood Old Book, weeping and moaning with an earnestness that outrivaled anything he had ever shown before. We could not be mistaken. It was the same Old Book. It was broad daylight, and there could be no deception. No one moved or spoke, and a paralytic fear came over us." Then the apparition vanished, though the wailing continued. But as soon as Old Book disappeared, it was as if Dr. Zeller had been broken free of the paralysis. He ordered the casket to be opened, and as soon as it was, the wailing stopped. And there was the body of Old Book, still laying peacefully, hands folded on his chest. Nobody could explain what they saw that day, but there were 300 people that witnessed it happen. Then something else strange began to happen. Just a few days after the burial, that old graveyard elm began to die. The great tree withered and rotted, and the doctor finally sent out a man to cut it down. That man soon returned, saying he couldn't because of the sound of crying coming from the tree every time he approached it. And he wasn't the only one to hear that tree crying. Several others attempted to cut it down, but were unsuccessful. One attempt was even made to burn it down, but it said that the sound of the flames began to produce this high-pitched wailing sound. It sounded a lot like the wails of Old Book. The groundsmen swore that they saw his face through the smoke, so they put that fire out quick. And then one last attempt was made, but when the worker struck it with his axe, a terrible wailing arose, as if Old Book himself was being chopped up. After that, the idea of cutting down the graveyard elm was abandoned. Dr. Zeller was like, you know what? forget it. But many years later, that tree was struck by lightning and the graveyard elm finally fell. The asylum was shut down in 1973, and today there's not much of it left. The majority was torn down in 2017, but the cemetery still remains intact. And among the rows of simple and many unmarked grave markers sits the grave of Old Book, who was purchased a special headstone in 2006 by a former employee at the hospital. And that's so kind. And his grave right here reads, "In each death he found great sorrow. He wept at each passing, tears for the unloved and forgotten. Now, Old Book, we weep for you." That makes me want to cry. Though Old Book is not the only spirit said to linger on the asylum property, he is definitely the most loved. Some say at times his spirit still appears, standing where his beloved elm tree once stood. Have any of y'all ever visited the grave of Old Book? Let me know.
Okay, the one about Old Book, like, I could not tear my eyes away from the screen. I was just so immersed in the story. And I love this guy. I didn't know about him until a couple days ago, but I love this guy. I mean, honestly, like, he seems like such a sweet person and like kind of the cornerstone of this institution. Like, he cared so much. He was a patient, but he helped out, and it seemed like he had everyone's respect. My first thought when I finished this TikTok was, I kind of want to go visit. I don't think I ever will, but I don't know, I kind of want to visit. Our next TikTok's by the user, mrmystification.
If you are from Illinois, you may have heard of this urban legend. Today, we are going to be taking a look at the urban legend known as the albino tracks. There are two stories that are associated with this urban legend. The first dealing with some kids taking a horse and carriage on a joyride, them going across a track, and then unfortunately they got stuck on the train track and then a train hit them. The second one, and the probably more well-known one, is about two albino kids. These kids were twins and they were born in the 1800s on a local farm near Belleville, Illinois. And during this time, a lot of people didn't know much about albinism, so they saw their birth as supernatural. And one day, the residents in the area started to get sick. And of course, they blamed the twins for this. And the only way that the townspeople thought they could cure their sickness is by the death of the albino twins. This led the townsfolk to kidnap the two children and tie them to the train tracks. It is now believed that these two haunt the train tracks.
Never heard either of these stories before. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like my life would be a little better off if I hadn't. I don't like the idea of strapping children to train tracks and leaving them there. I mean, I don't know anyone who thinks that that's a good idea or approves of that in the slightest. So I really hate that. And I hope it is just like a story that was made up, but also who comes up with that kind of thing. Our next TikTok's with user, InsideIllinois.
Surrounded by Illinois cornfields lies a grave with a chilling secret, a witch buried on a day that never existed. In St. Omer Cemetery in Ashmore, Illinois, you'll find a unique gravestone, the Barnes Monument, a crystal ball-shaped monument and the subject of a local witch legend. Unlike most graves lying east to west, the gravesite of Carolyn Barnes lies north to south. Depending on the version of the story you hear, Carolyn was hanged, burned, or buried alive for her magical crimes, and the date of death is listed as February 31st, 1882, a date that never happened. Some believe that the death date was a preventative measure. It is said that a witch can rise from the dead on the date of her death, so by printing a day that doesn't exist, we can be sure she'll stay in her grave. In reality, there's not a lot of information backing up the witchcraft claims. Carolyn is buried with her husband Marcus and his parents. Marcus died in a sawmill accident in 1881, and Carolyn died just 2 months later of pneumonia at the age of 23. Her actual death date was likely the 26th or the 28th, and the 31st was just a typo that was too expensive to fix. The Barnes Monument is now a fascinating piece of local lore, born from a unique tombstone and a simple mistake.
I love witch lore. It's one of my favorite things. I used to practice witchcraft a little bit, and I realized, personally for me, I sit more on the side of manifestation because it's less work, and I believe I can achieve the same results. But I absolutely love the kind of culture of witchcraft, and I mean, I'm a spooky girl, so I don't, you shouldn't be surprised by that in the slightest. But I love hearing stories like this, and whether or not it was just a misprint, or it was intentional because some men back in the day were afraid of a smart, intelligent woman, because that's pretty much the gist of the witch trials, was people being intimidated by women. So that's probably what happened here. The majority of women killed in the witch trials were not witches. They were just smart women who could read and write when they weren't allowed to. But I digress. Anyway, so, you know, this is probably just a smart woman who intimidated others and paid the price for it. But it is really interesting to me that if they did intentionally put that number, it's amazing how much a powerful woman can scare some people. Our next TikTok's with the user paranormalonso.
Back again with another real ghost caught on camera. This one comes from a follower named Sharon who lives in Chicago, and it's one of the clearest captures I've ever seen. One night her boyfriend wanted to surprise her by taking her to the new Ferris wheel at the Navy Pier. They get there, he can't find any closed parking, so they have to park a few blocks away. She's standing there while he's getting a couple of things all squared away in the van, and she decides she wants to take a couple pictures. So she's standing there doing her thing, doesn't think anything of it. They go ride this new Ferris wheel, everything's great, they have a great time, they leave, and she goes about her life. A few weeks later, she's going through her phone getting rid of old pictures. That's when she stumbles upon this. This figure is so clear, but what is it? It could be, to me, it looks like obviously a cloaked figure. Maybe their hair is blowing in the wind, or if you look at it from another way, it kind of looks like one of those old-timey like plague doctors with that weird like mask on. But Sharon and her boyfriend think it could be, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but K times 3, you know, specific hate group. I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble, but you know what I'm getting at. So yeah, they swear that no one was near them while this picture was taken, but yet here we are. So what do you think this is? Has anybody in the Chicago area ever seen anything else like this? And yeah, she refuses to delete the picture, which I wouldn't either. Hello, hold on to it forever. If you like this story, please hit the follow button. And if you've ever caught a real ghost on camera, I would love to see it. Send it to the email in my bio. Okay, bye.
Our next TikTok's with the user dupreetheartist.
Since we talking paranormal activities taking place in the hood, I want to share my experience. I grew up going to my grandmother and grandfather's house on 63rd and Kenwood, just to give you some context. So not super hood, but not super safe, semi-hood. It was a little bit rougher back in the day before the gentrification started taking place on that block specifically. So yeah. And also, my grandfather was a struggling addict, so there were moments when he would with strangers while my dad was asleep, and I didn't know until I put 2 and 2 together as I got older. He would be like, do not come out this room for the rest of the night, go use the bathroom now. Yeah, that happened a few times in my childhood. Mind you, this apartment we all stayed in, it always had an eerie vibe to me. And I thought it was just because, you know, on the weekdays I would spend times with my mom. I would live with my mom and my grandma in the suburbs. So going from that contrast from a suburban lifestyle to a city semi-hood lifestyle would just be like, okay, this is different, but it just felt off. And it never felt off when we moved out of that apartment. I know now that motherfucker was haunted. And like, I had my first paranormal experience there, and it was very scary. So I'll fall asleep, I wake up. Mind you, there's no cable. There's only satellite television. You know, there's only about 7 channels. So I usually go to sleep with the TV on. I wake up, the TV is on like channel 32.1, and it's just a black screen. There's no signal for some reason. Also, I cannot move. I now know that this is sleep paralysis. And it's not my last time having sleep paralysis, but it's my first. So I'm like, oh shit, I'm 7 years old, I can't move. And the room is a tinted red. I kid you not, the room was a tinted red. I thought I died and went to hell. And I can't move, I can't scream, I can't do anything. A man opens the door, and it's the handman, not the handman child. The tall man with the hat man. Yeah, I seen him motherfucker. He had no eyes, no face, but he was there, clear as day. And I'd be scared to tell people this story because people think I'm crazy, but I kid you not. After that, I could not sleep in that room by myself anymore. My little sister had to sleep in the room with me. I used to sleep in my room with my dad and my stepmom. I used to be like, I'm going somewhere else. Like, I used to skip out on weekends with my dad for like a good, consistent time as a kid, and I was too scared to tell anybody because it was so traumatizing. And I don't know, like, my grandfather bringing all those different types of energies into that apartment. Who knows what spiritual attachment were with these strangers he was doing DRUGS with. He could have been having some spirits following him. You just never know. But yeah, that's something I would love to see. Like, I would love to see another horror movie taking place in the hood, because the hood is a hub for trapped spirits. It's a hub for negative energy sometimes. It's just a hub for spiritual activity to take place. And I don't want to sound like one of them moon crystal bitches, but it's definitely some spiritual works in a place with a lot of these games and stuff.
That's one thing that I mention every once in a while, but I think it is so important to think about before you invite someone into your home is what kind of energy they could be adding to your space. If you're bringing over a kind of like iffy person, someone who you know like is not a good person, maybe you shouldn't be inviting them into your home because they are just messing with the natural order of things. They're messing with your house's energy, and they could bring in things that you later have to deal with because they have a bad attitude. They have some negative energy following them. And personally, I don't want that to be my problem. Our next TikTok's for the user, LonelyDog97.
All right, I got a scary story for you. This is a true story that my coworker told me one day when we were sitting around on break having a conversation about whether or not we believed in ghosts, and it genuinely freaked me out. So he said back when he was a freshman in college, there was this dorm building on his campus that had been completely shut down. The building had been closed shortly after a tragedy had taken place there where a young woman who was a freshman at the school had unalived herself in her dorm room. So one night, my coworker and one of his college buddies are just sort of roaming around campus looking for something to do when they suddenly find themselves by this building. Now, they had heard the story about what had happened in there, and they knew that the school had closed the building off to any students, but being young, adventurous college kids, they kind of looked at each other and were like, screw it, let's see if we can get in there and explore the place. To their surprise, they actually managed to get into the building pretty easily. And once they were in there, they saw that most of the furniture had been cleared out, lights were off, and even many of the doors inside were deadbolted. So it was clear that no one had been living in that building for quite some time. So they continue exploring the place, just walking up and down the halls and checking out the different rooms, or at least the ones they could get into. Eventually, they found themselves on this one floor of the building that had pretty much nothing but dorm rooms. So they're walking down this one hallway, and as they go, they're stopping at each of the dorm rooms and trying the doors to see if any of them are unlocked or if they can get in, but sure enough, they're all deadbolted. But eventually, they find this one door that doesn't have a lock on it, so they're like, oh, finally, maybe we can actually get into this room. So they try to open it, but for whatever reason, they can only seem to get the door open by like a couple inches. In his own words, he said it was as if someone was on the other side of the door trying to hold it shut. So they're standing there struggling with this door, trying to open it, but it won't budge, and they're looking at each other like, what the hell's on the other side of this door that's blocking it? Eventually, they just get fed up and they say, you know what, let's just move on and try to explore some other rooms. But as they start to walk away, they hear the door behind them slowly creak open. Now, his buddy who's with him is just immediately spooked and just takes off running and just kind of leaves him behind. But my coworker has the opposite response, and he actually freezes there for a moment before he slowly turns around, and when he does, he sees that, sure enough, the door is open and that there's actually a young woman standing in the doorway. And unlike his friend, he wasn't scared, he actually felt bad, so he immediately starts apologizing to her. He's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, my friend and I were just exploring this place. We thought it was closed down. We didn't think anybody was living in these rooms. Like, we're really sorry for bothering you. I hope we didn't scare you at all. And the girl was actually really cool about it. She didn't seem upset at all. She told him that it was okay and that she understood, and even introduced herself and began to strike up a conversation with him. So they start making small talk, just talking about, you know, that they're both freshmen and where they're from and, you know, what their majors are and just things like that. And eventually she tells him that she had actually transferred from another school but is now living on this campus and that this is her dorm room. And it was on that note that my coworker goes, yeah, speaking of that, why are you living in this particular dorm room? Because this whole building is supposed to be shut down and all the other doors on this floor are deadbolted shut. Like, you're the only one who lives on this entire floor. And he said she was just very sort of nonchalant about it and kind of just looked at him and went, oh, really? Well, I don't know. And basically just brushed it off like she didn't know what he was talking about. So he thought that was kind of weird, but he figured whatever, he didn't want to press her on it too much, so he continued just making small talk with her. But as he continued making small talk with her, he said eventually his eyes kind of started to drift past her and look behind her into the room. And it was then that he noticed that the room was completely empty. There was No furniture, no bed, no desk, no personal belongings. It was just a completely bare, empty room. So once he notices this, he's just immediately really confused and weirded out. So he tells her, you know what, I should probably get going. I gotta go find my friend, but it was nice meeting you. So they say goodbye, and he leaves and catches up with his friend and tells him all about that sort of both normal but weird exchange that he just had with this girl. So days go by, and he's still just trying to wrap his head around this weird interaction, and he eventually gets to the point to where he's like, you know what, I'm gonna look up that case where the girl had unalived herself in that dorm building. So he looks it up, and he finds the name of the girl who had passed away in there. And sure enough, it was the same name as the girl that he had talked to that night. He said him and his friend have never gone back into that building and that it's still abandoned till this very day. If you like this video, stay tuned because I'm going to be posting more creepy stories on here. And even if you have one yourself, feel free to DM me and maybe I'll read it. Thanks.
Our next TikTok is with user stringermedia.
Everybody in this entire neighborhood had to get up and leave in October 2021. Some families grabbed everything they could, while others left everything behind. This neighborhood, located on Bryn Mawr, Pine, and North Street in Bentonville, Illinois, was completely abandoned. The reason this neighborhood was abandoned was because it was completely surrounded by warehouses in an industrial park. The way I found out that this neighborhood was abandoned was a former resident came to me during another abandoned neighborhood buyout nearby and told me they had to leave in a couple months. Imagine visiting an abandoned neighborhood down your street just to find out that a couple months later you had to leave too, thinking you were safe. That's totally crazy to me and just shows how fierce these developers are. This was the McMansion I filmed a lot, and I thought it was the coolest home in the entire neighborhood due to its size. I mean, imagine you tear down a house in this neighborhood and build a new one just for this one to go abandoned as well. I talked to the guy that lived here before he abandoned his home, and he owned a couple BMWs. As we explored this house, people in the industrial park were curious as well, and they came down over here to see what was going on. This home was so nice inside, and it was really a shame that it fell into such disrepair already, with the basement flooding only a couple days later. But probably the saddest part about this whole entire neighborhood going abandoned is that when they tore it down, nothing was built in its place, and it's still an empty lot to this day.
Our next TikTok's with user highlandfallz.
If you walk onto the Blue Line train in Chicago and your car is empty except for two twins sitting next to each other, walk right back off. The twins have been sighted on the Blue Line train for years. They are actually one malevolent being that stalks the Blue Line train cars. They may appear as any race, gender, height, or weight. At first, they'll seem normal, just siblings enjoying their commute, snickering and chatting with one another. After a while, you'll notice that you can't understand the words they're saying. It's not because they're speaking another language. They're mimicking language and human behavioral patterns, hoping to give you a false sense of security. If your train comes to a stop in a tunnel, it's already too late. You see, the twins have their own train, infinitely long, with thousands of lost passengers wandering through the cars trying to escape. And if you sit in a train car alone with the twins for 5 stops straight, they'll be able to pull you into their dimension. It's unclear what the twins are or why they abduct passengers. There's an urban legend that the twins are filling their train with souls to sell to the devil. But the only ones who will ever truly know are the ones who meet them and take their one-way trip.
I mean, personally, I'd never get on an empty car with just 2 other people, whether it's in Chicago, in New York, in England, I think they call it like the tube. I'd never want to be alone in an isolated space with 2 strangers. So that already, for me, that's never going to happen to me because I'd never put myself in that position. I want to be in a busy train car where if something goes south, there's a bunch of people to do something about it. Our next 2 TikToks are by the user alysz.jpeg.
Okay, I need to reply to this comment because I full-heartedly agree. There is something so unsettling about Marshall Fields or the Macy's at State Street in Chicago because first of all, it's huge. Second of all, there's underground tunnels I can make a whole video about the history of the tunnels, but right now, this is what it looks like. If that doesn't scream the back rooms, I don't. I also have a quick story time about a weird experience I had at Marshall Fields. I remember shopping one time with my mom at the Macy's, and there was like no one on the 4th floor, 5th or 6th. It was empty. There was like no sales associate. It literally felt like the back rooms. There was just the humming of the lights above us. It was very eerie. We got lost and we were trying to find our way down because we couldn't find any escalators. What is it about it? I don't know if maybe it changed. I haven't been there in a while, but it was so hard to find escalators. So we literally ran around the entire floor. There was nothing. So we decided to go to the elevators. We didn't even click the button on the elevator and it opened by itself. There was no one in there. It just opened like it was waiting for us. It was so unsettling. So we had no other choice because we couldn't find the darn escalators. So we went down to the elevator and we were like, oh, let's go down to the 3rd floor. So we clicked number 3. It felt like we were in the elevator for a while. Like we thought it was broken. And then we heard a weird noise. I can't really describe it. It was just jarring. Doors finally open and it's pitch black. I cannot make this up. And it's all echoey. There's no one there. There's like huge like storage bins and there was a lot of forklifts there that were just kind of, you know, abandoned. My mom and I look at each other and we're like, what is this place? We're not supposed to be here. I don't know how long we walked around, but I ended up finding someone. I don't know who it was. I ended up finding someone and I was like, hey, where are we supposed to, can we leave? Where are we? And he looked at us shocked and he's like, how did you get here? And I'm like, well, the elevator we took, is this the 3rd floor? We literally clicked number 3. We couldn't find the escalator. And he's like, you're in the basement. And we're like, how did we get to the basement? He's like, yeah, I don't know how you got here. This is only accessible for employees. We're like, well, we just took the elevator to the 3rd floor. I don't know how we got here. So we were both scared. So he sent us back to the elevator and we go up. He clicked something. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't the 1st floor though, or G. It was something weird. And so we go back up and I look at the button and it says that the G was like clicked. He never clicked it. So I don't know how we got there. But we ended up, you know, leaving. It was nighttime by the time we got there. We didn't spend an hour there, but somehow when we left, we supposedly spent like 3 hours in there. Can someone explain this to me? I don't know.
A couple of weeks ago, I uploaded a video talking about my strange experience at Marshall Fields in Chicago, and someone asked me to do a video talking about the tunnels that are underneath it. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I just wanted to get my facts straight. In the early 1900s, Chicago built a system of underground freight tunnels, about 40 feet below street level. This was called the Great Chicago Tunnel Company, and over time, it stretched across 60 miles under the loop. These weren't subway tunnels, they were smaller, just big enough to fit electricity freight trains, like veins under the city. They used them to deliver coal to buildings, take ash out from boilers, send mail, even transport merchandise in a quiet, constant, and efficient manner. And Marshall Fields, you know, the big old iconic department store, it was plugged into the system. Sub-basements, loading docks, secret passageways, it was all connected. The tunnels also connected to other major buildings like the Board of Trade, the Sears Tower, and City Hall. Imagine entire parts of downtown receiving deliveries underneath the city. You'd never see a thing. And that's how deep this went, literally and logistically. But in 1992, a contractor accidentally punctured one of the old tunnels under the Chicago River, and water started pouring in. And the city didn't notice until it was too late. Basements flooded, subway lines shut down, entire buildings lost power, some were evacuated. The loop went completely underwater. This is called the Great Chicago Flood. No one died, but it caused nearly $2 billion in damages. We got the fire and the flood? My God. And all of it started in those tunnels, built over a century ago. mostly forgotten. And I actually did a report in university talking about the multiple paranormal cases found at Marshall Fields. Actually, someone within my comments actually works there and has shared some experiences that they've had. I'd love to hear more about them. If you guys want a video, I'd be happy to explain about my reports. And hey, if you're okay, I would love to DM you. I would love to interview you and talk more about your experiences. But until next time.
Now we are going to hear another story or two later on in the video about Marshall Fields. But I'm not going to lie, I don't know, I've only been there a couple times in my life, but I think it's like amazing. And like, I was there during Christmas time, the tree, stunning. I love the vibe of the place. I love old department stores. Like, I love going into like Von Maur and I love, well, Sears wasn't really, but even like a Macy's, like in just a regular mall. I love the like old department store vibe. It reminds me of like back in the day when you go to the mall right before Christmas and everything felt so like fancy and cozy, and I think department stores just give that like that vibe that I'm yearning to go back to of the early 2000s. I've never been in there and thought it was creepy before. I thought it was like very calming and nostalgic and beautiful. But I guess if you do end up in the tunnels, that does change the experience a little bit. Our next TikTok spit user, saravcosty.
Hey, so this is insane. Here's a terrible story for you. 1989, neighborhood just northwest of Chicago called Dunning. This area of land was sold to a construction company from the state of Illinois. The company digs in to start building some brand spanking new condos and boom, their backhoe hits something. And it's not a rock. It is too squishy to be a rock. The operator jumped out, went to look, and found a corpse. Not bones, not remains, a corpse. Like the body is essentially intact. So what do you think? First you're like, a corpse! And second you think, oh my god, this must be a victim of some kind that was buried here, couldn't be more than a couple of months, because again, it's a corpse. But then you go to look at the clothes, and the decedent is wearing a military jacket. And according to the people that found this man, it was from the Civil War. Archaeologist David Keene was on the scene as this was happening and told WBEZ that the body, like I said, was essentially intact. Likely because it was embalmed with arsenic, which was very common at the time, fact that I just learned, and arsenic would kill off any organisms that would try to eat decomposing skin. I hate that sentence. And even though, according to him, there was considerable deterioration, I mean, what, if we assume that he died at the very, very end of the Civil War, that'd be 1865, that's 124 years. So yeah, considerable deterioration is understandable. But according to David, you could still see this man's red hair and mustache. He said they didn't get a very long look because, quote, I would never say this otherwise, the odor was unbelievable. Again, not bones. There was enough of a body to have a smell after 124 years. And here is the worst part for me. Although the body was intact, it was ripped in half by the backhoe. Now, the area around where this man was found was littered with bones. Construction had to stop and excavation began. Archaeologists and researchers found an estimated 38,000 bodies from 3 forgotten cemeteries, from this plot of land to where the current Chicago Reed Mental Health Center is. Why? Because that was the site of the Chicago State Hospital, formerly known as the Cook County Insane Asylum. And before that, just Dunning. So if you need me, I will be down this most gruesome rabbit hole, but I will be coming back up soon with some very interesting information about this part of our Chicago history.
Our next TikTok's with user, justonegursha.
So one of my favorite things about TikTok is you can confirm if a place that you thought was haunted was actually haunted. And one place I literally like gaslit myself into thinking was not haunted, even though I had the spookiest experiences inside, is the Macy's on State Street in Chicago. I've entered that Macy's 2 times, and both times I entered through one door and went somewhere, like either to a section of the store or to the bathroom or whatever, and could not find the door that I came in through. Like, got so disoriented, was walking around. And this happened both times. And I just felt like this place is spooky. It gives the weirdest, eeriest vibes. Like, it feels like a portal that just goes other places. It's just weird. I do not like the feeling. But I had just mentally decided never going into that Macy's again, and didn't really acknowledge it until I came on TikTok and saw other people talking about how spooky it is. And it's just like so helpful to collect that kind of data, especially when you were like an intuitive, sensitive girly like me. Sometimes you're like, oh, it's just me. But actually it's not. There are thousands of us who know that a place has a bad vibe. And this is a way for us to like fact check.
Again, another one of these Macy's, State Street, Marshall Fields haunted stories. There's a lot of them. I've come across quite a few, but again, I've never had a negative experience there. Our next TikTok's by the user, Mickey R23.
Tell me a story about a time that you know that you saw something, but you don't ever tell this story because you know that no one would.
I have only told a handful of people this story because it sounds unbelievably crazy. But this is a ghost story, so if you do not like ghost stories, keep scrolling. When I was younger, I used to live back in Chicago, and my best friend lived right next door to me. The block that we used to live on was a very short block, and it was kind of like an alley. My house, her house, several houses, and then another alley. There was this one night where we were coming back home from one of her family members, like events or something like that. I had gone with her and her mom. And as her mom was driving like up our street, she had to turn into the alley that was further from our house to get to her driveway. So as she's driving, coming up, she starts turning into the alley, and I look over to where my house is at. And I clearly see my mom standing out there with our German Shepherd that we used to have. And I didn't think it was weird at all. This was like around 11 or maybe midnight. And I didn't think it was weird because my mom would take him out at several times throughout the night to go potty, so it was nothing weird to me. So as she was turning into the alley, I see my mom. So as she's turning, I'm seeing my mom, and I start waving right at the window at her. I'm like this, and she's staring at me. My dog's staring at me, but she's not waving back at me. So in my head, I'm kind of like, why is she not waving at me? Like, I know she sees me. It's not that far from where I'm at. So it all happened really fast. She didn't wave at me. She was staring at me, and my dog was staring at me. So as she's going into the alley, like further into the alley, my friend's mom is like looking at me through the mirror, and she's like, who are you waving at? And I'm like, oh, it's my mom. My mom's standing out there with my dog. And she's kind of looking at me through the mirror, and she's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yes, I saw my mom. She was standing out there when we were turning into the alley. And her mom was just kind of like, kind of sketched out. And she didn't really say much after that about it. But she pulled into her driveway, which is in the back of the alley. And we got out of the car. I said my goodnight. And she's like, oh no, like to my friend, walk with her, take her home. And I'm like, no, it's okay. My mom's out there. She's probably waiting for me. Like, it's okay. I can go on my own. My mom's out there in the front. Because my mom was one to wait for me if she saw me, And my friend's mom is like, no, please walk her home to my friend. And so she walks me home, and she was asking me on the way there, she's like, you saw your mom out there? And I'm like, yes, I saw my mom. Like, she's out there, she's waiting for me. And as we get up to the front of our house, my mom is not there. So I'm kind of like, what? Why didn't she wait for me? Like, she's not like that. Like, she would wait for me. So I go, and as we're going, like walking to where her house was, like the front, and like where my house is in the front, I start kind of feeling cold, and the leaves start kind of turning into like, I don't know, like a circle, like being picked up by the wind or something. And I just thought that was kind of weird because it wasn't a windy night. So I go and I tell her goodnight or whatever, and she leaves, and I'm standing at the front of like my front door, And I go to open it and the door is like completely locked. And I'm like, what the heck? My mom was just out here. She didn't wait for me. She locked the door on me. Like, my mom's not like that, you know? So I start pounding on the door. I'm like, maybe she accidentally locked me out. I'm pounding on the door like as hard as I can. I'm pounding, and I'm like, Mom, 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 you know, thinking like she's still right there in the entryway. So my sister ends up opening the door and she's like super mad. She's pissed. She's like, why are you knocking like that at this time of night? And I'm like, my mom locked the door on me. And she's like, my mom's sleeping. And I was like, no. I was like, my mom was literally just outside with our dog. And, you know, she was a teenager at that point. I was a teenager at that point. And she was just kind of like, shut up. Like, she's sleeping. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I remember I was so confused. I kept asking her, like, what do you mean she's sleeping? Like, my mom was just outside, and she just kind of got annoyed, and she is like yelling at me to close the door or whatever and come inside. So I close the door and I come inside and I start walking to my parents' bedroom. And the lights are all off. I see that my mom and my dad are in the bed, they're sleeping, and my dog is underneath their bed sleeping as well. And I'm just standing there confused as hell, and I'm like, what is going on here? Like, are they pulling a prank on me? Like, what is this? So I go and I start waking my mom up, and well, like kind of like moving my mom, and I'm like, Mom, Mom, Mom. And she wakes up and she's like, what? What's going on? What's going on? And she like wakes up like all frantic, and I'm like, what were you doing? Like, how did you change so fast? And she's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, Mom, how did you change so fast? Like, you were literally just outside. And like, why are you doing this? Why did you lock me out? You know? And she's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. She's like, I've been laying here sleeping for hours now. We haven't gone outside at all. And so I'm like so shocked. And I'm like, so you were not just outside with our dog? And she's like, no, I was not. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, I'm still over here thinking like, are you kidding? Like, are you joking? And I like pull up like underneath the bed and I see my dog and he's like dead asleep. Like, he's not even like, you know, paying attention to me. And at that point I knew that like she was telling the truth. Like, she was not out there, you know? So yeah, to this day I have no idea what I saw. I don't know what that was. I have no idea.
Our next TikToks with the user is Six-Figure Dilla.
Chicago urban historian Dilla here. And let me tell you the 5 most haunted places in Chicago. So I'm told. Today, this place is called Tao Restaurant. My generation used to know it as Excalibur or Limelight, but a lot of Chicagoans say it's haunted. In July of 1915, the Eastland disaster happened, a boat accident here in Chicago where over 800 individuals lost their lives. What was then the Chicago Historical Society was used as a makeshift morgue, so people say the place is haunted. Another place that's haunted in Chicago is behind the Nederlander Theater, or what Chicagoans call Death Alley. And that's because this site used to be the site of the Iroquois Theater. It's the deadliest theater fire in American history. They say that the alley is haunted. Today it's a hotel, but this building formerly was the Cook County Hospital, and that should explain why it's supposedly haunted. Today this site is a U.S. post office, but it was formerly the site where H.H. Holmes became America's first serial killer. They said he buried a lot of his victims under the ground. Last but not least, Lincoln Park. Lincoln Park, before it was Lincoln Park, it was the city cemetery, and before that, it was the indigenous Native American burial ground. So they said if you go jogging there at night, you certainly hear the lost souls.
Our next TikToks with user Tessa420.
Tell this ghost story, a lot of people have a hard time believing it, but I want to talk about the most auditory haunted experience I've ever had. If you're a gardener and you like ghost stories, welcome to your haunted home. This is Ghostly Gardening, a series where we garden and we talk about ghosts, special Wake and Bake edition. So wake and bake with me while I tell you about this ghost story. I live in Chicago, and at the time I was living in an apartment building that they call like shotgun houses, where basically there's typically 2 units per floor on the left and right side, and the houses are very, very long instead of like wide, hence the shotgun barrel reference. For this apartment complex, all of the laundry was like literally downstairs in the basement, but this was the creepiest basement I have ever freaking been. When you first get down to the basement, picture like a regular square. Okay, that's the oh my god, Jesus Christ on a cracker, did you see that moth attack me? Not so when you first walk down into the basement, it's literally like a square room, and there's only 2 doors in this room. So on the right hand side there's a door that leads to the laundry room, but it's not like a door, it's just an archway, okay? And then at the very back of the room there's this gigantor 7-foot tall wooden door that literally scraped on the concrete when you opened it. So you could tell if that door was being opened because it audibly would scrape on the ground. The thing is, like, none of the tenants ever really went into the back part of the basement because not only was it like fucking huge and there was literally no electricity despite there being electricity in every other part of the basement, there was just really creepy old medical shit like stretchers. There was like an old industrial dishwasher from like the 90s, wheelchairs, cribs. Like, it was just a part of the basement that we didn't really go into. Anyway, I'm doing my laundry and everything down there is made of concrete, the floors, the walls, so sound travels, okay? So I'm doing my laundry and I hear that 7-foot door scrape on the ground. So I immediately stand up, like expecting to see another tenant right there at the arch. And then I stand up and obviously there's nobody there. I'm fucking concerned because I'm like, that was a 7-foot door. It literally has to scrape on the ground in order for you to open it. Let me just get my clothes out of the dryer immediately and run the fuck upstairs. So that's what I go back to doing. The second that I bend down, I immediately hear shuffled footsteps out in the first room that you walk in. This next part happened in probably like maybe 3 to 4 seconds and I was back upstairs. So I obviously am standing up realizing there's nobody there even though I just heard foot shuffling. So as I go to bend down to get the remainder of the clothes out of the dryer and into the laundry basket, that's when I start to get bum rushed by freaking ghosts. I shit you not, I'm standing there in the laundry room and it sounds and feels like 7 or 8 different people are quite literally running at me full speed of fucking head, sprinting from different points in the room. Now listen, this is gonna sound crazy, but like, I've been grabbed by ghosts, I've been pushed down the stairs by ghosts, but to this day, that auditory experience felt the most aggressive, felt the most violent. I literally felt the gusts of like air, of wind, as if people were running up on me. And it was so loud. Like, the steps around me were shattering in this concrete. And to be fair, maybe it really wasn't that loud, but because the fucking entire basement, with the floors, the ceilings, the walls were concrete, it sounded like people were running and stomping in my direction. Well, obviously I abandoned my clothes. I'm like, I don't fucking need these. In this apartment building, we also had like a responsibility to padlock the basement door from the outside. Couldn't be fucking bothered. I said, the basement is up for grabs for the entire city of Chicago tonight. I'm not fucking going back down in that direction to even padlock the outside of the basement door. I don't want anything to do with the basement. Didn't go down there until the next day. Never did laundry in that building again. Literally was like, I will drive over an hour to my parents' home in that haunted place and do the laundry there. Because I know this is gonna sound crazy, but like, in my parents' house, I've been grabbed, I've been pushed down the stairs. But for some reason, bro, nothing felt as violent, as like aggressive as that auditory experience. To this day, I still feel like that auditory experience was 10 times more aggressive and violent than the times I've been grabbed and pushed. I know that sounds crazy. It's just, I don't know, man. It was exceedingly clear I was not fucking welcome or wanted in that basement, and I have never felt that much intense power with ghosts ever.
Our next TikTok's with user Jordntaylor.
Hey everyone. I was avoiding posting a story time about this because y'all are gonna think I'm totally crazy. According to the comments, some of you already do. Nonetheless, TikTok asks, I deliver. A little more than a year ago, I posted this entire story on TikTok, but I never actually gave you the end of the story. In short, I lived in a very, very haunted apartment in Chicago. The day that I saw demons was the day that I had to stop talking about it. But I'm in a cabin on a mountain in the middle of nowhere, so why not now? After months of dealing with hauntings, sightings, sounds, you see it in a movie, I experienced it in real life. My grandmother was dying of cancer. She was my confidant. I told her everything. She said, Jordan, I feel like it's gonna get worse before it gets better, but once I'm gone, I'm gonna take care of this for you. A week before my grandmother died, I was at the apartment. I opened up the front door. There was like a grand staircase. This was an apartment building. So I go out into the lobby. I see this horrific looking creature standing there staring at me. They say not to make eye contact. I looked directly at it. Without it moving its mouth, I heard it say, I'm here to kill you. I ran so fast out the front door, and someone in a car came and rolled their window down and screamed at the top of their lungs, rolled their window back up, and sped away. Then I go running down the street. I don't even know where I'm running to. I'm just frantic. And a guy runs up next to me and says, I see them too. I made it to the parking lot of a Jewel Osco. It's a grocery store. I am uncontrollably sobbing and shaking. I call my mom. We say prayers. I leave that day to go see my grandma, and she passed away. And to this day, I have never had a supernatural experience. And that was 7 years ago.
Honestly, there's not a doubt in my mind that his grandma did help him take care of that situation. If there's one thing grandmas don't mess around about, it is their grandchildren. I'll tell you that. Our next talks with the user, tierraamour.
I keep seeing all these videos about how it's so many spirits like in the hood and stuff. And like, of course, like it's spirits everywhere. Spirits roam around. This is kind of like my story. Not really a story per se, but like I'm from south side of Chicago, you feel me? And over east. But my nana and papa, I stayed with them, you know what I mean? When she was a single parent, so I kind of like stayed with them here and there, you know. Well, they stayed off of 81st and Emerald in Auburn, Gresham. And that house that they had, that was their house they bought, their first house or whatever the case may be, little purple house in the hood, you feel me? And I would never forget being a little girl, and that house, it always felt so eerie, y'all. When I was a little girl, I could see spirits real good, like even at my mama's house and shit like that. Like I could see spirits, like I would talk to them and, you know, whatever. I'd be like, look, that's me. But like my nana and papa house, their house was so damn eerie. Like it had a piano in the basement, and that piano literally just used to play on its own. And then like they basement, it was low key. When I think about it, like their house was small, but like their basement was low key big. Like it was a finished basement, and then like you can like go like all the way to the back where like they, you know, they laundry room and shit was. And gee, I used to hate when my nana used to be like, go downstairs and play, or go in the basement and play. Who about to go down here? It's so scary. Why? I grew up in a spiritual church or whatever the case may be, and the founder, which was my pastor, before he had a spiritual gift. He literally told my nana, like, oh yeah, it's bodies underneath your house, buried underneath your house. The house sits on top of like a low-key graveyard. But yeah, it be spirits, y'all. Like, it's just one of the things where you kind of gotta just test it out to see if it's a good spirit or bad spirit, and, you know, start praying if you feel like it's a negative force or negative spirit, because baby, I've been seeing some stuff.
Honestly, I think it is completely possible that the house was built on some kind of graveyard or cemetery without people really being aware. As we'll discuss later on in the video, we'll hear about Lincoln Park Zoo is built on top of an old gravesite. There are bodies underneath Lincoln Park Zoo. And before it was a cemetery for the city of Chicago, it was also a native graveyard. So it makes me think that it's completely possible that, I mean, there's native land all around the previous, unfortunately, native land all around Chicago and the suburbs. So it seems like, I really don't think it'd be too far-fetched that, you know, maybe there was another native graveyard and it ended up being turned into a neighborhood, and her house happens to be buried on top of some bodies. Our next TikTok's with user, Haunted LA Girl.
A few weeks ago, I traveled to Chicago and was able to investigate one of Chicago's most haunted breweries. And trust me, you definitely want to grab your favorite beer or cider for this investigation and what we were presented with. So join me and my friends as we travel to the Aris Brewery and Cider House. Now, this house was specifically built inside a former Masonic temple from 1912. So yeah, we're talking about secret handshakes, creepy vibes, and apparently some seriously unbothered ghosts. Now, we were able to investigate this place through Windy City Parafests with the crew Twats. Yeah, you heard that right. I mean, quite honestly, I understood why ghosts haunt this place, because if I was a ghost, I would haunt a brewery/cider house, or maybe a Shoney's, just saying. So here's a little backstory. This building was once the Myrtle Masonic Temple, and it was completed between 1911 and 1912, serving the Masons until 1981. Today, the original bones of the historic temple remain, along with a few unexpected residents. And don't think we were doing this all on our own. No, we had twats, ghost hunting legend Anna Berry, and the fabulous, yet beautiful, intuitive Tawny Lewis. And here she's picking up on the energy, and let's just say it was immaculate yet interesting. Okay, but why is this place serving up more than just spirits, but definite haunts? Well, the staff of Alysz Brewery and Cider House have been hearing a lot of phantoms' footsteps late at night, specifically as one of them are closing for the night. Now, some people have even claimed that they spotted full-blown apparitions, including that of an older gentleman, a middle-aged woman, and a little boy. Just being, spooky as fuck. According to one of the workers, it seems that the energy or the spirits here are very active, specifically around closing. Okay, speaking of closing time, let's see who made a cameo during one night of closing. Now, according to our friend here, one of the chefs, he showed us this interesting picture. At first, you just see a happy Halloween ornament, but he told us to look closely, and I did. Do you see it? Let's zoom in. No, that's not Elvis. That is a freaking face of a man. Let's just say he stopped closing after he caught that picture. The second level is pretty creepy. As you see, there's still renovations at hand. You know what happens when renovations occur in a place like this. People have also claimed that they've heard music, voices, and footsteps here on the second floor when no one's up here. Now let's get more involved with what we picked up during our investigation in the theater of this place. Yeah, the ghosts were definitely shy, but then they slowly broke out of their shell. However, in this area, the owner is describing how some of the staff members have seen a shadow man walking back and forth during closing hour. We conducted an EVP session, but no luck. However, my camera oddly turned off by itself after one of the bells rang and the SLS camera picked up a figure right next to the dead bell. I think it was the ghost saying, "Hold my beer and no cameras, please." So is the Alysz Brewery and Cider House haunted? I say it is. Talk to the staff, because every single staff member seems to have an experience. So next time you're at the Alysz Brewery and Cider House sipping that cider, raise a glass to the past, because you never know. Because you see, some spirits don't come in a bottle. They sometimes just pop out of nowhere. Have you traveled to the Alysz Brewery and Cider House? Let me know in the comments, and let me know what is your favorite Chicago haunt. Stay haunted and weird.
Our next TikTok's by the user, RealGhostHunter1.
Here's a full conversation with Spirit outside the most haunted room at the Congress Plaza Hotel in Chicago.
Through here that I can hear. Don't you want the dollar put through the door?
That's so dope. Our next TikTok's by the user, KitaKia01.
Yeah, so I've been seeing videos about portals and what do you call it, paranormal activity in Chicago. And baby, I got stories on top of stories on top of stories. But first I'm going to tell a story about when I was a little girl. We moved on the west, well, we lived in K-Town already, but then we moved on the west side, which is still, K-Town is the west side, but if you know about out west, you know what I mean. So we moved in this big old courtway building on Laurel, the second floor. It was my parents' room, my room, and my sister's room. We shared a room. My little brother's room was in the back, but he was young, so he never really slept in his room. And the kitchen was in the back of his room to the end of the hallway. Every night, not every night, but I'm going to say every other night, and on the weekend, I would go to sleep. And I would hear people partying in our apartment. And I'd wake up and I'd be like, sister, well, I call her name, but I ain't going to call her name on here, but I'd be like, sister, Mama, them throwing a party, because back then my mama used them. They wasn't saved yet. You know, they used to have card games and stuff like that. Well, my auntie them over. And she was like, girl, no. I'm like, you don't hear that? She like, no, girl, go back to sleep. You was dreaming. Baby, I used to hear Marvin Gaye no standing on the wall. I forgot, got to give it up. Be playing real. I can hear the people snapping their finger. I can hear the glasses clinking. People arguing on the side. I would get up walk down that long hallway to quietness to nothing. Get back in the bed. I asked my mom the next day, y'all had company? They like, girl, no, we ain't had no company. I'm like, I heard people partying. This went on every so often, you know, every once in a while. I would hear this. I would hear Marvin Gaye playing. I would hear Luther Vandross playing. I would hear Shaka Khan. I would hear people partying. Get up, walk down the hall, quiet. Don't see nobody. Get back in bed. People partying down. Years later go by, we go to a slumber party. In fact, the only slumber party I remember my mama ever letting us go. Everybody spent their lives. We didn't go nowhere. But the girls across the street had a slumber party, and my mama let us went. We went over there. We all talking. We telling ghost story. We telling everything. I didn't tell them about what happened in the building. The one girl who was hosting the slumber party, she was older than us. She said, y'all know y'all building used to be, before they remodeled, they rehabbed it. It was condemned for a long time. Then they rehabbed it, and then we moved in. She said, y'all know y'all building used to be the building where all the prostitutes and the 304s used to hang out at. We was like, no. They was like, in fact, they used to find the 304s dead in the building. They had to shut the building down. It got too wild. It was too loose. People was coming up dead. They used to be partying. They pimped that building out. It was like New Jack City, baby. I'm like, what? Then I told them my story about what I used to at the party. They was like, yeah, that was spirits. That was them people's spirits. I knew I wasn't crazy. Like, I always saw stuff used to happen to me. That now that when I went to psychology class and I got older, they call it RAM sleeping, or I forgot they call it something else. When I used to go to sleep, I used to be dreaming I was flying through that apartment, and my mom used to tell me the witch was riding my back. So much stuff, the demons used to be on me. I used to be crying for my sister, telling her, you didn't hear me calling you? Somebody was holding me down. They was holding me down, and I could see the little demon's head going across, the shadows going across my wall in my bedroom. But she never saw it. Only I saw the stuff. I used to fly over and see myself sleep in the bed, and I'd be flying through the air, just going fast through the doggone apartment. And I tell y'all, you couldn't tell me it wasn't no people. My mom didn't want throwing no party. Whole time there was spirits partying in that apartment. They was getting down. Them people was living their life, baby. So whoever they was, they party, baby. They party until they death. And that's my Paranormal City story. Chicago got some stories. It ain't just because of the YNs and the shootings and things like that. We got some history story. You can do Chicago paranormal and scary tours too. So come on down to Chicago if you like stories like that and you like to see stuff. Take a tour, because baby, we got stories and we got ghosts and we got all type of stuff down here. Some witches down here too.
If it weren't so frightening, the idea of hearing like a club in your house at night would be kind of hilarious. But especially when you're a kid, I mean, that's horrifying. And who do you tell? Because your parents are going to think you're just imagining things. I don't know if it was freakier before or after she got the confirmation, though, that what she was seeing wasn't her imagination. I think if I didn't know the history of the building, I could brush off and be like, I'm insane. And I think that would sit better with me as a kid than thinking that there's like ghosts partying in my home. Although I guess there's worse things that ghosts could be doing in your home than partying. But I don't know, once I got that confirmation, I'd have a hard time living there. But you know, when you're a kid, you don't really have much of a choice where you live. That's kind of like a sticky, unfortunate situation. But I mean, I'm glad it's something that we get to hear about. Our next 7 TikToks are by the user BillyRay118. Now, I will give you a little introduction to these. Each of these videos will tell you history and paranormal activity involving some very important features of Chicago. Now, both him and I'm assuming either his wife or girlfriend will narrate these stories, and I personally love learning about not only the history of my city, but just history in general. So I could not get enough of these, and I hope you guys enjoy listening to these stories as much as I did.
Yo, what's good, Chicago? It's your boy Willavelli, and today we're diving deep into the spooky side of our city. We're talking about the Drake Hotel, that swanky spot on the Magnificent Mile that's been serving up luxury, and maybe a few ghostly encounters on the side. First off, let's set the scene. The Drake opened its doors in 1920, right as the roaring 20s were kicking off. We're talking flappers, bootleggers, and all that jazz. But with all that glitz and glamour came some dark secrets. The most famous ghost story from the Drake, that's gotta be the woman in red. Legend has it, on New Year's Eve 1920, a woman in a red silk dress caught her husband cheating at the hotel's grand opening party. Devastated, she climbed to the roof and took her own life. Since then, folks have reported seeing a woman in red wandering the 10th floor, sometimes sobbing, sometimes vanishing into thin air. Talk about holding a grudge, right? But that ain't the only spirit hanging around. There's talk of a little boy ghost running through the halls, giggling and playing pranks on guests. Some say he's the son of a family that used to live in the hotel back in the day. Imagine checking in for a relaxing weekend and ending up babysitting a ghost kid. And let's not forget about the creepy stuff in the palm court. That's the fancy room where they do afternoon tea. Guests and staff have reported seeing tables shake, hearing whispers when no one's around, and feeling cold spots that'll chill you faster than a Lake Michigan breeze in January. But here's where it gets really wild. During Prohibition, the Drake had secret passageways for smuggling in booze. Some say Al Capone himself used to frequent these hidden corridors. And you know what they say about gangsters and unfinished business, right? People have reported hearing phantom footsteps and smelling cigar smoke in areas where those old tunnels used to be. Now, I know what you're thinking. Willavelli, this all sounds like something out of a horror movie. And you ain't wrong. But here's the thing. The Drake Hotel embraces its spooky reputation. They even offer ghost tours where you can explore the haunted hotspots yourself. Talk about turning lemons into lemonade. Or should I say, turning spirits and ghosts into spirits and wine. So next time you're strolling down Michigan Avenue, take a look at that grand old building. It might look all fancy and proper on the outside, but inside, it's got more secrets than a politician's hard drive. Remember fam, in Chicago, even our luxury hotels come with the side of supernatural. It's just part of what makes our city so damn interesting. This is Willavelli, your guide to the ghostly and glamorous side of the Windy City. Until next time, watch out for those spirits, both the kind in bottles and the kind that go bump in the night. I'm out.
Hey Chicago, welcome to the second part of our series where we uncover the haunting of Lincoln Park Zoo. So Lincoln Park Zoo is one of the oldest zoos in the country and remains the longest running free zoo that we know of. Before it became a home for animals, it served as the final resting place for thousands of Chicago residents. The area was originally a part of the Chicago City Cemetery, which operated from 1843 to 1859. This vast burial ground was the primary cemetery for Chicago during a time of rapid growth and frequent epidemics, which included an outbreak of cholera. Over time, more and more people became victims to deadly diseases, and this concerned the people of Chicago because they believed that decomposing bodies would taint the city's only drinking water supply, which was Lake Michigan. Despite efforts to relocate the graves, a significant number of bodies were left behind, thus, the zoo was established. It held the remains of more than 35,000 people. Stories say that as many as 12,000 bodies still remain under the zoo. The presence of all these unmarked graves has led many to believe that the spirits of those left behind continue to roam the zoo. Many witnesses describe seeing figures dressed in 19th century clothing wandering the zoo grounds. These apparitions are often seen near older buildings or in areas that were once part of the cemetery. In 1894, a sightseeing bridge was constructed 40 feet over a lagoon. During its history, it's believed that 50 to 100 people ended their lives by jumping from a bridge. The suicides became a nuisance, and the bridge was closed in 1919. It is possible that some of these ghosts are the souls of the people who committed the desperate act of leaping to their depths a century ago. In 1962, ground broke for the zoo's barn, a location featuring farm animals and demonstrations on farming. When ground broke for the building, a body was unearthed. After not much help from the authorities, zoo director Dr. Lester Fisher made the decision to simply return the body and build the barn over it. Beyond specific apparitions, the zoo is rife with reports of unexplained occurrences that include lights flickering without explanation, doors slamming on their own, cold spots in otherwise warm areas, and strange noises echoing through empty buildings. Near the Lion House, guests and staff have reportedly seen a Victorian-era woman walking around the area. She has also been spotted, allegedly, in a nearby ladies' restroom in the mirror. There have also been reports from staff members who have repeatedly encountered a stern male voice ordering them to get out. This disembodied voice is also associated with the women's restroom, leading some to speculate that this may be a spirit. Lincoln Park Zoo's haunted history adds a layer of mystery and intrigue to this beloved Chicago landmark. From its origins as a 19th century cemetery to the modern-day reports of ghostly encounters, the zoo continues to offer a fascinating glimpse into Chicago's past and the power of ghost stories. Today, the neighborhood of Lincoln Park and Lincoln Park Zoo is well known worldwide for its collection of animals, its conservatory with hundreds of plants and flowers, and breathtaking views of the city. Nevertheless, visitors to the zoo are unaware that the zoo was even built on graves of hundreds of people. Also, they are unaware that the zoo is one of the most haunted places in the city. Chicago's Lincoln Park Zoo is open daily and takes in thousands of visitors each year. At night, tours are given exploring the paranormal history of the zoo, as well as Lincoln Park's past as a cemetery. Despite all the reports of eerie occurrences and paranormal activity, Lincoln Park Zoo to this very day is a favorite of every Chicagoan, whether they are living or they're dead. Welcome to part 3 of our spooky series, and join us as we uncover the hauntings of the Chicago River Walk. The Chicago River was a dumping ground for sewage and industrial waste from homes, businesses, and factories. The river's pollution contaminated Lake Michigan, the city's main source of drinking water. The polluted river caused many epidemics that killed thousands of Chicagoans. In 1900, Chicago reversed the flow of the Chicago River to divert sewage away from the city and Lake Michigan. On July 24, 1915, the SS Eastland was parked along the Chicago River downtown. The steamship was supposed to be carrying passengers to an annual picnic for the Western Electric Company located in Cicero. The Eastland was the first boat leaving that morning. Its capacity was about 2,300 people. Though it was not clear how many were actually on board that day, it is believed that it could have been more than 3,000 people. Occurring shortly after the Titanic sinking, when the lack of lifeboats on passenger ships came under scrutiny, a new regulation was passed to ensure enough safety vessels on ships like the SS Eastland. Unfortunately, the addition of these lifeboats in the Eastland's case caused the already top-heavy ship to roll over in the waters of the Chicago River between Clark and LaSalle streets. Many of the passengers and crew were crushed by heavy furniture and otherwise trapped. Although it is not clear what happened, but when the vessel tipped, 844 people lost their lives, including 22 entire families. People report to this day that from the restaurants along the river or looking down from the Clark Street Bridge, they'll still see images, faces of people floating in the water or hands reaching up for safety. There are even police reports of people who look into the water from a riverfront restaurant at night. The witnesses think they see someone drowning in the river, and they'll call the police, but when the police investigate, they never find anyone. Near the site of the disaster, the Reed, Murdoch & Co. building with its Grand Clock Tower at 325 North LaSalle Street, which was built as an office building and grocery warehouse and later housed Chicago offices for many years, is also considered to be haunted. Numerous makeshift morgues were set up after the Eastland disaster, and one of them was in the building. People who work in the Reed Murdoch building, especially after hours, report seeing shadow figures moving down the hallways. They will also hear sounds coming from rooms above them where nobody should be, and they report seeing lights flickering on and off and doors slowly creaking, opening, and slamming shut. The Reed Murdoch building was not the primary building that was used to service as a temporary morgue. That duty went to the 2nd Regiment Armory at 110 North Carpenter Street at Washington Boulevard in the West Loop. The 2nd Regiment Armory in turn later became Harpo Studios, where the Oprah Winfrey taped her talk show for many years. Initially, Winfrey said she did not know the history of the building, but a lot of her staff and she herself would claim to have a lot of experiences in it. They would hear such things as ghostly children playing up and down the hallways of the building, and there was one women's restroom where they would hear the sound of a woman sobbing. Security cameras at the building also captured what looked like a woman in an old-time gray dress, and Winfrey nicknamed the woman the Gray Lady. She did several episodes of her show dedicated to the Eastland disaster and its victims. The building was later demolished to make way for the new McDonald's corporate headquarters. Even though the Chicago River was previously labeled as a toxic wasteland, it is now deemed as an urban oasis. Today, the area is home to the award-winning Chicago River Walk, one of the city's most visited sites.
Chicago, a city known for its towering skyline, bustling streets, and rich history. But like any great metropolis, there's always a dark side lurking in the shadows. Hidden amidst the grandeur of downtown is a place where history intertwines with the supernatural, where the past refuses to stay buried. I'm talking about the Congress Plaza Hotel. Built in 1893, this iconic hotel was meant to house visitors for the world's Columbian Exposition. But what was once a symbol of innovation and luxury has since become a hub for paranormal activity. The Congress Plaza Hotel is often called one of the most haunted places in Chicago, its walls holding stories of tragedy, terror, and the unknown. They say that room 441 is one of the most haunted in the hotel, so much so that hotel staff avoid it at all costs. Guests staying in this room report seeing a dark, shadowy figure standing at the foot of the bed, watching them while they sleep. Doors slam shut on their own, lights flicker for no reason, and strange sounds like whispers fill the air when no one else is around. But this room isn't the only source of ghostly encounters. In the Gold Room, a space once reserved for elegant gatherings and high society, there are reports of a woman in black drifting silently through the hall. Her gaze is distant, as though she's searching for something or someone she lost long ago. Those who've seen her claim that she disappears as suddenly as she appears, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of sadness and unease. The hotel's elevators have been known to move between floors on their own, stopping without passengers. Some guests have even reported stepping inside, only to feel an icy chill crawl up their spine. These inexplicable events have led many to believe that the Congress Plaza Hotel is a portal, connecting this world with the next. One of the most famous spirits believed to haunt the hotel is that of a former guest, Al Capone. He's said to have used the hotel as his headquarters in the 1920s. While Capone's ghost has never been directly spotted, many claim they can feel his presence in the halls with the smell of cigar smoke and distant laughter in empty hallways, as if his spirit continues to lurk in the shadows watching over his old territory. Then there's the tragic tale of a mother and her 2 children who checked into the hotel but never checked out. Legend has it that the woman, overwhelmed by despair, threw her children from one of the upper floors before jumping to her own death. Some visitors have claimed to hear children playing, echoing down the hallways, only for it to suddenly stop, leaving behind an eerie silence. It's these stories, these echoes of the past, that have solidified the Congress Plaza Hotel's reputation as a hotspot for the supernatural. The hotel's management may not openly acknowledge its haunted history, but the countless reports from guests and paranormal investigators tell a different story. Oh, and we can't forget the hobo who got killed, and now he hops around on his one good leg, freaking out guests. I guess even in the afterlife, some folks can't catch a break. Maybe one day we'll find out if these ghost stories have a leg to stand on. So, if you ever find yourself walking past 520 South Michigan, take a moment to glance up at the big, bold red letters of the Congress Plaza Hotel. Behind its elegant exterior lies something darker, something inexplicable, something haunted. And if you're brave enough to stay the night, who knows? You might just witness these restless spirits for yourself. This is Chicago. We're always serving up some deep history to go along with the deep dish pizza. And this is Willavelli reminding you that sometimes the past is closer than you think. Stay curious, stay safe. Until next time, I'm out.
Join us on part 5 of our spooky series as we explore the Palmer House Hotel. The Palmer House was originally a beautiful wedding gift from Potter Palmer to his dear wife, Bertha Palmer. The Palmer House eventually became known as North America's longest operating hotel, with a notable history of innovation. It was the first hotel to incorporate the telephone, the light bulb, and the vertical steam lift, which is known as the elevator, as well as being the originator of one of the world's most adored confection, the brownie. The first opening of the Palmer House Hilton was in 1871, but was unfortunately destroyed in the Great Chicago Fire. It was quickly rebuilt, reopening in 1873. The hotel has witnessed a multitude of historical events and has been a primary subject of many ghost stories. It is said that the spirits of individuals from its past continue to linger within its walls, adding to the hotel's cryptic charm. Shortly after befriending Claude Monet in France, Bertha Palmer began decorating the Palmer House with paintings and other pieces inspired by her French heritage. She eventually assembled the biggest collection of Impressionist art outside of France. The Palmer House was furnished with garnet draped chandeliers, Louis Comfort Tiffany masterpieces, and a breathtaking ceiling fresco by French painter Louis Pierre Regal. By the turn of the century, the Palmer House had become Chicago's liveliest social center, hosting a long list of prominent figures, including those ranging from the U.S. presidents to Charles Dickens to Oscar Wilde. In 1933, the Empire Dining Room of the Palmer House was transformed into an entertainment epicenter and supper club. It hosted legendary entertainers including Frank Sinatra, Judy Garland, Ella Fitzgerald, Harry Belafonte, Louis Armstrong, and Liberace. Some of the most eminent stories involve sightings of apparitions in old age period attire, obscure noises, and indescribable occurrences. These ghostly legends have made the Palmer House a significant point for paranormal enthusiasts and have contributed to its reputation as one of the most haunted hotels in the United States. Among the many ghost stories associated with the Palmer House, the most prominent involves the apparition of a woman believed to be Bertha Palmer, the hotel's original owner. She is said to appear in a Victorian dress, watching over the hotel she loved. Guests have proclaimed seeing her spirit wandering the halls, often in the proximity of her former suite. Some even claim to have experienced her omnipresence in the hotel's iconic lobby. The grand lobby, with its opulent decor and historic charm, is a hotspot for ghost sightings. Another noteworthy ghost story involves a former ballroom dancer who reportedly met an untimely death. Guests have expressed hearing the muffled sounds of dance music and the echoes of footsteps in the ballroom, even when it's completely empty. The Palmer House offers a unique blend of luxury and the supernatural, making it an intriguing destination for ghost hunters and history buffs alike, considering if they would even stay here in one of the most haunted hotels in Chicago.
Check it out. Back in 1887, this dude Holmes wasn't playing around. He built his 3-story trap house in Englewood. But when I say trap house, I mean that literally. This joint was designed specifically straight up. We're talking secret rooms, hidden passages, and trap doors that would have you lost like trying to find parking during a Cubs game. I guess you could say Holmes was smart with his timing. When the World's Fair brought millions of tourists to Chicago in 1893, this man saw dollar signs and victims. Think about it. All these out-of-towners, nobody knowing where they stand, no cell phones to track them. It was like a predator's paradise. And Holmes, he was running game like a master con artist, getting folks to sign life insurance policies before they disappeared. That's some cold-blooded chess, not checkers. In 1895, the whole castle mysteriously catches fire. Convenient timing, right? Like when your homework burns up right before it's due. But yeah, that fire was probably somebody trying to burn away all those dark memories and evidence. Now it's just the post office, from castle to priority mail, only in Chicago. Listen though, in Chicago, every block in this city got a story to tell. Some stories are written in gold, others in blood. The tale of H. Holmes and his castle, that's written in both. So next time you're mailing a package from that Englewood post office, pour one out for the souls who never made it out of what used to stand there. This is Billy Ray, keeping Chicago's history preserved in its rawest form. Stay safe and remember, sometimes the scariest stories aren't the ones about ghosts. They're the ones about the monsters that walked among us. We out.
Hey Chicago, welcome to part 7 of our spooky series as we uncover the dark history of the Chicago Water Tower. Billy and I were definitely shocked to find out that this spot has some creepy history. Fun fact, Billy proposed to me right here at the Water Tower, but who would have thought it was a haunted spot instead of romantic? Hilarious. The Chicago Water Tower is located on Michigan Avenue in the city's premier shopping district, and is one of the most beloved landmarks in the city of Chicago. By the 1860s, Chicago's water supply was inadequate for its growing population. To solve the problem, chief engineer Alysz looked to Lake Michigan. Near shore lake water was too polluted to be used because of runoff from the Chicago River. This prompted an innovative solution. Chesbrough designed a water supply tunnel system running nearly 2 miles offshore to an intake crib. When the tunnel was completed in 1867, lake water was pumped back to shore through a pumping station. Because the original pumps produced pressure surges and pulsation in the water, a standpipe system was added in 1869. William Boyington designed both the pumping works, building on the opposite side of Michigan Avenue, then Pine Street, and the water tower that houses the standpipe. Both buildings were built with distinctive yellow Joliet limestone, a very popular building material in the city at the time. Built in Boyington's signature castellated Gothic revival style, the buildings look like something out of a fairy tale. The Chicago Water Tower is rumored to be haunted by the spirit of the man who hung himself during the Great Chicago Fire. This iconic limestone building is said to be one of the few to survive the devastating Great Chicago Fire of 1871, but it wasn't a stranger to tragedy. History states that as the flames raged, one brave worker stayed behind to tirelessly man the pumps. As the fire inched closer, and with no salvation in sight, he retreated to the upper floors of the tower where he hung himself. The fire swept through the city, spanning more than 4 miles. It destroyed homes and businesses and killed more than 300 people. Though large sections of the south and west sides of the city were never touched by the fire, the water tower became a rallying point for the city. It stood as a symbol for a city determined to rise from its own ashes. Local Chicagoans have reported seeing a figure swinging in the windows of the tower. Some have even shown police who claim to see the disturbing sight as well. It is believed that the spirit of the heroic man who stayed behind in the fire still lies within the water tower. Today, this notable place sticks out for its old world architecture against the modern skyscrapers that tower above it. The tower has been transformed into the City Gallery, a frequent venue for cool photo exhibitions showcasing the work of local photographers and artists in Chicago. If you find yourself wandering along Chicago's famed Magnificent Mile, don't forget to stop and marvel at the Gothic beauty, and just hope that you don't see our dear friend hanging from the rafters at the top of the tower.
Now, this is, as I mentioned, where, if you don't already know, you will have learned about Lincoln Park Zoo. And another thing that I am fascinated by, H.H. Holmes. I made a video about him back in, like 2017. It was back when I did solely makeup tutorials on here. I popped in a little true crime video. It was my first spooky video I ever made. It was a Halloween special. I talked about H.H. Holmes and the history of his little murder hotel. Up until recently, it was theorized that he was potentially Jack the Ripper, although it has since been confirmed the identity of Jack the Ripper, and it is not H.H. Holmes. But that was a theory for quite a while. I mean, God, he's a horrible, horrible guy. But also, like, hello, the idea to create all of that stuff, like trapdoors and hidden rooms, like, you have to be pure evil to come up with something like that with the intention of using it to harm individuals, but also, like, to put that plan into motion. Like, insane. It's hard to wrap your head around the fact that that is actually a real thing that happened. But if you're also an American Horror Story fan, I think part of the reason, besides the Chicago factor, that H.H. Holmes fascinates me so much is because of American Horror Story Hotel, which is my personal favorite season of American Horror Story, is the hotel season, and it is inspired by a combination of my two cities, LA and Chicago, the Cecil Hotel in LA, and H.H. Holmes from Chicago. That's not necessarily why it's my favorite season. It does add a lot to it. I just think it's a brilliantly done season. Big fan of Lady Gaga. She did excellent work. I think everything she does is absolutely perfect. But that's my favorite season. If you haven't seen that season of American Horror Story, you absolutely should watch it. But yeah, lots of lore around H.H. Holmes and the Lincoln Park Zoo. Those are my two personal favorite TikToks from this little group I just showed you. Let me know which was your favorite and if you've been to any of the places that were talked about. Our next 12 TikToks are with user JadedCat89. Now, this is the user that I mentioned at the beginning of the video who inspired this entire series by drawing me in with her spooky Chicago stories. So that is why there are so many of them in this video. I had to include them. She is such a great storyteller, and I mean, I really hope you guys eat these up as much as I did.
I need somebody to explain to me, why are Albanians so goddamn pretty? When you born pretty and then you reborn pretty, you just pretty on top of pretty, and that's not fair. Which is why I fell in love with an Albanian vampire. Come on, y'all. Story time, paranormal Chicago activity, let's go. I was working at the Hard Rock McDonald's downtown. It's across the street from the Hard Rock Cafe, right down the street from Excalibur. If you heard my story about the Excalibur, I know you probably sitting back like, girl, you just want to put yourself in danger, what the fuck? I like to live on the edge, okay? Just a little tippy. But listen, times was hard, I needed a job. They was talking about good money, so I went down there. Back in the early 2000s, before the Hard Rock McDonald's got rebuilt. This was the place to be, okay? Back then around that area, it was nothing but clubs. Well, it still is nothing but clubs down there. That's for real, the club district. And the expressway to lead out to the west side wasn't too far away from there. So you can only imagine all the different type of people who will come into this McDonald's. So y'all, I'm at work and I'm crying my ass off. Let me sidetrack. We got to sidetrack real. If you ever hear me say that I'm high, know that the only thing that I do is marijuana. And the reason why is because I had an ex-boyfriend. We fell out, but we became friends. Back in the day, we used to have pills called Molly's and Yappas and Green Goblin. We was at a party and he was trying his best to get me to take a pill with him. I'm a fucking tight ass, okay? I don't do nothing extra. I barely even drink. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I know it may seem like I'll give you a wild time. I mean, I will, but I'll be perfectly sober. Anywho, I'm sitting on the couch. It's a group of our friends. Everybody popped their pills. I still got my pill in my fingers. I'm sitting there. I'm scared as fuck. I'm watching everybody else. Maybe 5 minutes later, he like, dang, you really not gonna do it? And I'm like, I want to, but I don't know. He got to laughing, but when he laughed, like, he kind of slumped a little bit, and then he got to shaking. I thought that he was playing. So I pushed this man. Y'all, he rolled on the floor and started having a seizure. Foaming at the mouth. 5 minutes later, before the ambulance could get there, the man was dead. You ain't got to worry about me doing no drugs other than marijuana, okay? Scared me motherfucking straight, baby. Now back to the story. I'm at work and I'm crying because, like, even though we broke up, he really was my best friend. Like, for real, he was my best friend. And this man walked up to me. Y'all, oh, he was so fine. I don't know what's going on with none of the people that's over there by Mother Russia and Germany and all them little countries and stuff like that, but they are fucking gorgeous, especially the Albanians. Here come this big old 6'2", super strong, cock swole looking man with these slate gray eyes just looking at me. In the back of my head, I'm thinking, girl, you are a hot ass mess. This man is not staring at you. I'm sitting up here thinking to myself, like, I know this man not looking at me. And I turned back to look at him and he like cocked his head and he did a little half smile. Baby, the juices was running down my leg, child. Baby. I'm wiping down these motherfucking tables, trying my best not to look at this man. I look over one more time, he gone. Cool, no problem. I turn back to my little cart that got all my little cleaning shit on it, and he leaning on it. I know that you smart people was like, Cat, that's the moment that you should have ran. Me? I didn't. Y'all, curiosity. We is eye to eye. Do you hear me? That man said, hello, you're gorgeous. I said, hello, you're a liar. I had been crying for like an hour. At one point in time, I was crying so hard that I started sweating. I know by the top of my head, I looked like a poodle, and by the face, I looked like I was dying. He laughed. He said, you're funny. You should let me take you out for dinner. I said, I'm sorry, I can't leave. I'm on the night shift. He says, no, you're going to clock out. Y'all, baby, I couldn't stop myself even if I wanted to. My feet turned me around, walked me down them stairs into that back office, clocked out, grabbed my shit, and walked right back to him. The real inside me, we fighting. We fighting because we done fucked up. We know we fucked up. We trying. When he took my hand, it was like his fingers went up my arm and into my brain. The part of my brain where my mantras are locked was shut. I couldn't get to the words of my mantra to save my life. We walked out that door and we made a right and we started walking. I'm confused. In the back of my head, I'm saying, where are you taking me? And he told me, I'm taking you home. He said, I seen how your brain work and I love it. I want to have fun with you. Oh. When your spirit needs it, it will pull the words to make a mantra for you. And it will be the strongest mantra you have ever came up with. As soon as we got to the door of Excalibur, I knew exactly what I was dealing with. I drop to my knees and I let my soul sing. In the back of my head, I hear him saying, "What? Why are you doing that? No, stop that. I promise it's gonna be a good time. I won't hurt you. I'll do better to you than the mermaids. Stop." He did one like real loud yell of a stop that like made my ears ring. And then everything around me went quiet. When I opened up my eyes, I was by myself on the ground in front of Excalibur. My phone is going off in my pocket because my manager don't understand why I just walked into her office, looked her dead in the face, clocked the fuck out, grabbed my shit, and walked out the door. I came back to McDonald's and I told her what happened. This lady is Lithuanian. When I told her, the color from her face drained. Her auntie actually worked in the McDonald's with us. Her auntie came and blessed my ass. Her auntie said, "I've seen that man come in here many times, but I've never actually seen him approach somebody. He really liked you." I don't need a vampire boyfriend, thank you very much. I'm sorry. No, I don't. I mean, I like to get bitten, but not like that. That lady said, "Good, because you don't want to live to infinity and beyond. It's actually not fun." How you know that? That lady looked at me and said, "Girl, go get another job somewhere else. This area not for you." Roger Dodger, bitch. You ain't got to tell me. You ain't got to tell me. So yeah, that's how I was put in a love trance by an Albanian vampire. Let's talk vampires. Paranormal Chicago activity. Story time. Lincoln Park Zoo, to be exact. First and foremost, it's catacombs underneath the zoo. They live down there, amongst other places in the city, but that's a hub for them. Lincoln Park Zoo used to be a graveyard, and to this day, there are still parts of that graveyard still intact. Like the founder of the area, no, the graveyard, his mausoleum is still there. His body in there and everything. Lincoln Park Zoo is active AF, okay? And it's sit on the water, so it's a whole lot of energy. In the wintertime, we had this thing called zoo lights, and that's when they put out Christmas lights all over the zoo. They make it look pretty. Okay, cool. I just so happened to be in the area. I went by myself. Of course I knew I wasn't supposed to, but I did anyway. Y'all already know how this finna. I love big cats and elephants. They're my two favorite. It don't matter what big cat it is, I'ma love it. And an elephant, oh yeah, they're my babies, okay? One time that like I was compelled to go to the lion house. In the big cat house, it's not just lions, it's tigers and all other kind of stuff. Pumas and jaguars and anyways, it was a long hall, and at one point in time, they had their cages on both sides. Well, I went in there, and there wasn't nobody in there, except for a man sitting on the bench. And I was okay with that because it was at night, it's zoo lights, it ain't that many people in the zoo anyway, so I ain't really think nothing crazy about it. When I got halfway through the exhibition hall, I looked at a lion, and he just started bellowing. It was real low, and then it got louder and louder and louder, and next thing you know, everybody else around him is just joining. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's the that shit. I'm looking around and I see that all of the big cats is looking directly at me, like they done came to the front of their enclosures and everything. Why my subconscious told me to take a quick peek over at that man to see if he see what I see, I don't know, but I did, and he was looking at me too. I noped right the fuck on back down where I came from to get out the door. But baby, them doors was locked. Them doors was locked. I put my hands in my pocket. My left hand was on my mace. My right hand was on my knife. I turned around and I walked down the exhibition hall to the other end, because there's doors on that end too. On this end is where the bathrooms is, but you got to go downstairs for the bathroom. When I get to the doors, them bitches locked. Fight or flight. I don't know what the hell it is, but baby, if I gotta fight, I'ma fight. I look over and the light that's going towards downstairs to the bathroom, it wasn't on. But as soon as I looked, it turned on. I looked at it and I kid you not. I kid you not. I said out loud, you gonna have to do motherfucking better than that to get my black ass to come down them motherfucking stairs, baby. You got me fucked to the up. Bite your damn self. Y'all, this laugh, it was deep. It was sinister, but it was like, please. As I was turning around to see where the man was, something pushed my black ass out that door and closed them right behind. I heard in my ear, You're a good one. Get going. You ain't got to tell me twice, Mr. Vampire Man. Bitch, I'm gone. Y'all already know. Knees to motherfucking chest, bitch, go. I ain't never walked through that zoo that fast before. I was out that zoo in my car and down Lakeshore Drive to the south side in 20 minutes. That actually made me remember this time when we went to Lincoln Park Zoo on a school trip. I think I was in like 5th or 6th grade. Back then, they had a bats den, and they had all the different types of bats out there. And of course, they had a vampire. And the first thing that come to my mind is, do they actually suck humans' blood? I didn't ask this question out loud, but baby, it was a voice in my ear that said, no, they don't suck human blood, just animals. Are you a cow? I said, no, I'm not a cow. How rude. That was out loud. My teacher looked at me and was like, what? What are you talking about? And I was like, well, somebody just called me a cow. And she said, no, they didn't. And I'm looking around. I know good and goddamn well I heard something. Y'all, I looked up and it was a vampire bat looking at me. I'm looking at him, looking at me, looking at him. I walk down the glass. This motherfucker is watching me. I think to myself, ain't no way, Jose. That bat did this. And I took the fuck off out the bat house. Never to return to that motherfucker, cause what? Yeah, it's vampires all in Lincoln Park. I don't really mess around with up there. Have y'all ever been to the Lincoln Hotel? Oh, that motherfucker is creepy. It's the daytime, so let's talk vampire. Paranormal Activity Chicago, Vampire Edition. Specifically, what happened to me in Excalibur, the nightclub, downtown Chicago. I need y'all to understand that Excalibur is a literal castle. It's like 7 floors up and 4 floors down. I kid you not, this motherfucker was huge, okay? And then the rooms had rooms behind them. Trying to find a bathroom, good luck. And if you came out one of the rooms that led out to the stairwell, kiss your mother goodbye, because the stairwell is literally 3 stairwells that lead to different parts of the damn building, but all of them lead downstairs 2 floors down where the restaurant was. Excalibur is the definition of back rooms. People have either come up missing, like they went in and they never came back out, or they went in and they came out and around the vicinity they went missing. Like, some shit didn't happen in Excalibur. I'm gonna tell y'all about this time that we went to a Halloween party. It's the day before Halloween. It's a little bit warm outside, so you know we turned up. And it's a costume party. Everything was fine and dandy until we actually got into the club. You see, Excalibur, again, it's a castle. It's got like 20-foot high ceilings, and they had these giant theater curtains across the doorways. Normally, all of those curtains are wide open. This day, they were not. When we first walk in, you walk into the ticket booth, and you walk through another curtain, and that's where the coat check was. You walk around the corner through another curtain, and that lets you out into a red party room. As soon as you step into this room, it is a sense of euphoria. Like, all you want to do is run off, jump, dance, have a good time. Baby, pour up the drinks. Shots for everybody. Now, this particular night, they had a special drink. The color of it was pink, and it was fuzzy. When you drink it, it was cold. Once it went down, it was warm. But baby, it got you lit. Now, we didn't travel all through this damn club. Every single room that we have went to is either a different theme or a different color. All the way down to the employees. Now, here I come with my little bladder. I gotta use the bathroom. So, I'm gonna go off and I'm gonna find a bathroom. Only one of my friends went with me. That's fine. As long as I ain't going by myself, I don't give a damn. First, I need y'all to understand that when you go through one way, you can't come back that way. So we walked through a wall and we let out into a purple room. First and foremost, I'm uneasy because I don't like mascots. I don't like puppets. I don't like none of that shit. If you got on a full body character, you could be Minnie Mouse. I don't give a fuck. You stay way over there. Don't come near me. I don't know why I can't take it, but I can't take it. So I'm already uneasy because everybody around us got on like some form of variation of werewolf dog look. No, I don't like. And then my friend point out, is they fucking? It was like walking into a furry den. Oh no, bitch, knees to chest. And it don't make it no better that I'm walking through this motherfucking 6-inch heels looking like a slutatious Little Red Riding Hood. Oh Lord, blessed you. We go out into another room and it's a blue room. This ain't no better. These people, it was like walking into hippie town. They had the incense. They dancing in slow motion. It's people grinding on the table. Somebody is half naked on the bar. Whoa, bitch, let's go. We go behind the bar because that's where the next door is. And it led out into a pink room. Straight up poppy girls from the Wiz. And they got poppy boys too. Wait, whoa, hold on. Whoa. The only drugs that I am interested in come from the ground and it's green. Baby, they out here shucking and jiving and taking lines at the same time. Oh no, this is not my crowd. I push through the crowd, get through to the next door. I'm thinking that my friend behind me, it wasn't her, it was somebody else. And this girl said, I've been trying to get out of there for a long time. What you mean a long time? Remember, I can't turn around through the door that I just went to, so I can't go right back to her and get her. And Excalibur is disorienting. Like, trying to find that room again is not gonna happen. People used to talk about all the time how it seemed like the rooms move. I promise you they do. Y'all know the stairwell in Harry Potter where they move and stuff? The rooms got to be shifting. I kid you not. So I'm already worried and I'm trying to figure out how to get back around to her. Just as I go through a door, I'm in a blue room, which I shouldn't be in because that was like 3 rooms ago. How did I get back around? Okay, so I push all the way back through again. I find her in the poppy room. I grab her from this dude who I can't describe him as nothing more than a tierraamour lookalike. And I could understand why she was enticed and entranced by him because golly, oh Lord. But we got the fuck up out of there. And at this point, like, I know some extra shit is going on because, like, either we didn't walk through one too many dust clouds or, like, somebody done got something up in us because it didn't been people brushing up against us and everything. So we finna go all the way up to the rooftop and we gonna get some air. When we got to the party, it was 10 p.m. When I opened the door to the rooftop, the sun was coming up. Ain't no way in hickory hell we done been in this motherfucker for 6 hours. The girl who initially found me in the poppy room and got out with me, she said, why the fuck is the sun coming up? My friend said, ain't no way. Cat? I said, we gotta go. We gotta go. Cause ain't no way we gotta go. We come back in. When we're coming down the stairs, the bouncers, they looking a little demonish. We go all the way downstairs into the basement to find the rest of our friends at the restaurant. When we look at the meat looked like a McDouble. I don't give a damn what nobody say, that shit looked disgusting. And I was like, yeah, y'all, we gotta leave. We gotta leave now. And they was like, what? Nah, I'm gonna finish my food. Didn't nobody wanna leave? Oh, okay. I pulled the fucking fire alarm. I wasn't playing no games with them. And everybody had to leave. Every single person who worked at it, we walked past, looked at me like they was ready to rip my head off my shoulder. When we finally got outside, everybody is looking around disoriented because the sun is coming up. Nobody said nothing. We all walked to the red line. Everybody quiet. We finally get back down to the south side. And the only thing that we could say is, we never going back. Because we didn't heard stories about vampires actually owning that place and they feeding off of the people who go up in there. It's one too many mysterious deaths and crime things that has happened in that club that leads directly back to the people who work there. Not to mention, it's catacomb tunnels up underneath there because, of course, it's a part of the Pegway system and Al Capone tunnels and all that extra shit. That story kind of spooky, but it's not as spooky as the one about the vampires who used to live in Hyde Park. They had a veil over their house. Freaky shit. That's in the next one.
Oh Lord, you done brought up the skinwalkers. Girl, y'all should already know what I'm finna say by now. Story time. Paranormal Chicago activity. Skinwalker edition. Baby. We got humanoids walking around this sucker. Listen, him. I was at North Avenue Beach. It's hot as fuck. It is a volleyball competition. It is a man standing about 50 feet to my right. He is standing under a tree. The way that this man is dressed is giving full-blown, I'm from Al Capone's mob, top tier, double-breasted jacket with a fucking, the chain on the pocket with the little, what you call the little thing? The little time watch thingy? Yeah. Briefcase, hat, every fucking, it's sweltering in Chicago. It's so hot in Chicago that Lakeshore Drive literally buckled, like it broke apart because the asphalt got so fucking hot that it melted. So you explain to me how this man is standing here in this double-breasted mobster attire suit and why he looked like he just stepped right out of the 1950s. I'm looking at him and my friend see him. She said, stop staring. Baby, my head turned the other way. I said, what the fuck going on? She said, don't look over there no more. I said, why? She said, Cat, it's a humanoid. I seen him too. Don't look over there no more. I looked over my shoulder just a little bit. That man was looking directly in our direction. She looked back and he moved over a tree. I said, oh God. He looking at us. She looked over my shoulder and she see that he actually moved a tree over. She get the whimpering. I look back one more time. I can see the whites of his eyes. No pupil, but I can see the white of his eye. I said, nope. We gotta go. We get the walking. By North Avenue Beach, it's also, Lakeshore Drive is right there, right? It's a little stretch of grass in between Lakeshore Drive and the beach. This is also where the trees are. He walking under the trees. Not a single time did he step into this goddamn sunlight. I look back again and he cracked a smile. The smile went from ear to ear. When I tell you, my heart turned into ice and I pissed on myself. I'm not even lying to you. I have never, oh Lord, it's giving me the chills. Oh my God. This man's smile, it started on the right side and it went up and it kept on going. I pulled one of those looks and then the left side of his mouth went up. Oh, fuck no. We take off, go down a little ramp underneath the Lakeshore Drive, come back up. It's a church right there. In my brain, go in the church, get a blessing real fast. We touch the door handles. Them bitches was hot. I look up. It's a Scientology church. Oh, fuck no. I got a skinwalker on my ass and I walk up to the holy grail of opening portals to the afterworld. Oh, hell no. Fuck. I look back because she looked back. This girl is shaking. Why? Because the thing is on our heels. We're going down Michigan Avenue now. Across the street from the water tower, it is an old church. This church is sacred ground. It's also a burial site, but we're not going to get into that. We are on the side with the church. Look across the street, and the thing is standing directly across the street in the shadows of the water tower. If you from Chicago, then you know about the black preacher man who be downtown with his megaphone telling everybody how they gonna go to hell because they some sinners. I don't think I ever in my life been so excited to see this motherfucking man, because that man saw what we saw and he said, you are a demon. I condemn you back to the shadows of hell. You will not prosper over these people of this city. Be gone with you, demon. I turned around, that damn thing was gone. Y'all, skinwalkers are real. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. Skinwalkers are real. I walked into this bookstore on Belmont one time And the lady who was behind the desk, she did not fucking blink. First and foremost, this is a very popular bookstore that's up there on Belmont. It's always people in this bookstore. My slow bright ass didn't sit up here and realize it wasn't nobody in the fucking bookstore. Something was off. By the time I got to the sexy book section, judge your mom, I got a cold chill that went down my spine. I turned around and I seen her, like, this is the corner of the wall, and she's like this. Not blinking. In my head, she a little racist. I ain't got to worry about that. I'm not finna steal shit. I turn back around. She's closer. She's like 2 or 3 hours away from me. And she's looking out the corner of the aisle. Her eyes were pure black. Y'all my family from South Carolina. You don't know about the black eyed people from the Appalachian Mountains. You better go look them up. I got the fuck up out of there. I got the fuck up out of there. I had a coworker who went to that bookstore. And he came back and he was like, I hate that lady. I'm never going in there when she in there. I said, what lady? Are you talking about the lady that don't blink? He was like, yeah, she got to be a skinwalker or something because something off with that lady. Why would you say that to me? Why would you? Lord! Skinwalkers are real and there's different levels of them, like the zombies. Okay, it's the feral ones that be way out in the woods and the mountains, and then it's the ones who are humanoid and they look like us, but it's just small little things that you can tell the difference between them and us. I don't like it. It's no bueno. I think that has something to do with the vampires that we have here. That's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. They live in the Pegway system. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh yeah, let's talk about more mermaids. It's a nest of them underneath Navy Pier. Story time! Chicago Paranormal Activity Part 4. Yeah, you heard me. It's a nest of mermaids underneath Navy Pier. I don't give a damn what nobody say. You kiss my motherfucking ass. I work security overnight. I didn't last. 2 months. I was out that joint. 3 major things happened to me. 3. First, it's the little kids that's playing. You can actively hear them like running up and down Navy Pier, kicking the ball, laughing, joking, hee hee ha ha ha. I called my surgeon about it and she said, let the kids play, just leave them alone. Huh? She said, yeah, it's a group of like 7 kids. They come out and play every now and then. Just leave them alone. And if they start to bother you, it's a ball in the bottom drawer. Put it in the middle of the floor and let them play. Y'all, little stuff kept on happening around my little security desk. And little stuff. Papers would move, pens would move, the phone would shift. I wasn't fucking with it. So I took the ball and I put it in the middle of the floor. That ball got to moving. I watched that ball roll down the hall. And then as soon as it was out of eyeshot, I heard them kids laughing and playing. I'm out there by the Shakespeare Theater. My back is on the wall. I'm smoking a cigarette. Remember, I'm the night shift guard. A motherfucking hand. It felt like the hand just slid around my shoulder, around my chest, and pulled my ass to the back of the wall. The next thing I know, it was a hand around my waist. Like literally, I can feel it sliding across me. And it is pulling me to the fucking wall. I started doing the mantra that my great grandma taught me, and then it stopped. But y'all, I swear to God that whatever the hell was holding me on that wall was pulling me back on that wall so bad that I had concrete dust all the way down my back. But y'all here for the mermaids. Let's talk about the mermaids. At the very, very back of Navy Pier, which I don't think nobody should be back there anyway, because it's something about going back that you could feel it. It feels like slimy oil. I don't like it. Ever since I was a little kid, it feels grimy and nasty and but it was one of the best spots to see the fireworks at. So my mama always wanted to go back there, but god damn, I'm susceptible to energies. I didn't like it. So as I'm on my security run, right? It's a little cold. You gotta stand way, way, way in the back. I don't want to go back here, but I need my job. As I get to the little scan thingy, I look over the edge. Nothing wrong. I scan it. Next thing you know, I hear women laughing. Ain't nobody supposed to be out here. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Why am I hearing women laughing? And then I heard splashing. I'm thinking to myself, is there some bitches in the water? And I'm even more concerned because the water that's around Navy Pier is like, them currents is crazy as hell, okay? Like they could die. I turn my flashlight on, I look over the edge. Y'all, 8 pair of glowing eyes, either blue or green, is looking up through the water at my ass. When I tell you I turned around and put knees to chest, that was the day that I quit. That's the day that I quit. And my manager, she's sitting there talking about, well, you know, Lake Michigan got all types of crazy animals in it, bitch. Yes, including mermaids, because what the fuck? She like, how you don't know it was like a seagull laughing? You really think I don't know the difference between a seagull and a woman laughing? Let me tell you what it sounds like, lady. Because to this day, it's still kind of hard for me to watch this scene in Harry Potter. Yes, I said Harry Potter. The scene where he is sitting in that bathtub with the mermaid egg. And Moaning Myrtle came out of no motherfucking where, giggling and popping bubbles and shit. That mischievous, bubbly laugh with a little bit of a sinister growl. Yeah. That's what the fuck I heard. You ain't finna tell me that was a goddamn seagull. Girl, fuck you. I quit. I kid you not. That same manager, 2 weeks later, she called me. She told me she quit. I asked her why. She said because she did the overnight shift and she went back there to go scan that code. And something was compelling her to jump over the fucking edge. It's the mermaids! It's the mermaids! It was a veteran who told me it was a mermaid nest underneath Navy Pier. And he was in the Navy when Navy Pier was actually a naval base. I'm believing whatever the fuck he say. Cause that man said there's been a few times when people went under the water for mysterious reasons and never fucking came back. Hell, on 31st Street Beach. Baby, when I tell you something grabbed my ankles and pulled me under that motherfucking water, I ain't never in my life seen my mama big ass titties slinging and running so fast to come and save my ass. If my mother was still alive, she would tell you that it literally looked like something reached up like seaweed, wrapped around my ankle and yanked my ass. To this day, I don't get in 31st Street Beach water. Hell to the no. Matter of fact, I don't get in Lake Michigan at all. They not finna get me. They tried too many times. I'm good. It's absolutely mind-boggling to me to find out the people who don't know that Chicago was a swamp. Hey, this was in history books, not just Chicago history books. This was in history books all over America because Chicago actually shaped a lot of America. You see that blue line? Everything that's at this blue line and going that way towards the water, yeah, it was all a swamp. Now, if you ask yourself, why the hell did somebody come and turn a swamp into a city? It's because of where the city is. Chicago is sitting on a lot of different ways to get out of this country. You can take the Great Loop and you can go straight down to through two rivers to get down to the Gulf of Mexico, or you could take two river passages and get out over into the Atlantic Ocean. You can go up Lake Michigan over to a river through another lake and then straight out to Alaska or out to the Pacific Ocean. You can also go straight up Lake Michigan and go directly to Canada. Chicago is one of the largest importing and exporting hubs when it comes to water for this very reason. We even have waterways that could lead us up to New York. Go look up the World Fair in Chicago. It was literally a 100-mile long expedition hall that was built in the replica of a city just so that inventors can come out and show what they came up with. But see, like the World Fair wasn't meant to be a permanent city. You can still see remnants of the World Fair everywhere around Chicago. Prime example, Navy Pier. Navy Pier was one of the expeditions. Hell, even the Museum of Science and Industry on 55th. Is that the one that's on 55th? Whichever one is on 55th, yeah, that was a part of it too. Because the main building of the World Fair actually stretched from the lakefront all the way back by Cicero, straight down 55th, which is the Garfield Plaza. Do you know how many people died trying to build the World Fair? Do you know how many people died trying to take the World Fair down? Do you know how many people died trying to build Chicago up from a swamp? And then during the World Fair time, that was also when the Great Fire had broke out. You know, the cow kicked over the lantern spreaded the fire across the whole damn city. You know how many people died during that? It's a rumor going around that JP Morgan Chase actually is the one who started that fire because they didn't want to pay to have the World Fair actually taken down, so they just decided to burn it down. That man is evil, cuz, woo, baby, if you knew the story behind the Titanic. Woo. But yeah, there you go. History 101. Chicago used to be a swamp. You're welcome. I seen somebody in my comments talking about Lower Wacker. Oh, baby, paranormal Chicago story time coming at you again. One thing for sure and two things for certain. Don't play around with Lower Wacker. Don't you play around with Lower Wacker. Your ass will come up out of somewhere. You will be in a whole nother state fucking around with Lower Wacker. And for people who think that I'm over-exaggerated, I'm not over-exaggerated. It's the regular street, Lower Wacker, and Lower Wacker. That's where all the service tunnels for all the government officials is. Like, a lot of people don't realize it's tunnels and shit that lead in and out of Chicago for all the government officials to get in and out safely if anything was to happen. The only reason why I was down there is because I was driving for Uber, and Uber sent me down that road. Now, I know better. I shouldn't have went down there. First and foremost, nothing works in Lower Wacker. Your cell phone doesn't work. Your GPS doesn't work. If you thought you was smart and you were going to use a compass, guess what? It doesn't fucking work. And if nothing else that I say actually alarms you, that should alarm you. A compass that works off the natural magnetic field of the earth doesn't work in Lower Wacker. It's a portal to hell. It's a portal to hell. Anywhoosie, I make this turn, go down to Lower Wacker. I know I shouldn't have, but you know what? Fuck it. Unfortunately, my GPS starts to wig the fuck out. I make a wrong turn. After this wrong turn, it felt like I went maybe like 100 yards, and then we went down again. This is where I stopped because it is pitch black, okay? The darkness is so heavy that I can't see 20 feet past my headlights. I'm sitting up here with my phone all around the car trying to see if I could catch a signal somewhere. I finally get one bar. I'm sending out a text message. Before I press send, I hear a growl coming from the back of my car. Ice is running down my spine at this point. I can't move. I just look out to my rearview mirror and I don't see anything. I look to the side mirrors. I don't see anything, but I can hear it. I can hear it growling. It's not a growl like, "Arr!" It's like it's breathing in. The hairs all over my body is standing on end. The radio, get the freaking the fuck out. The growling sound is now on the passenger side of my car and it's moving. Like I can hear it coming from the trunk and now it's back by the back passenger door and now it's on the side of me. When I tell you my foot put that pedal to the motherfucking metal, bitch, I was out of there. I did a couple of turns and went straight, and I came up a ramp, and the next thing you know, I was on the other side of the merchandise mart. Hear me out. I went into Lower Wacker, back by Navy Pier. How in the fuck did I get way on the other side of the river by the merchandise mart? I shot up and I went through a fucking intersection. The light was red. The police, whoop, he pulled me over. I'm shaking, and I'm crying. He's shooken by seeing how shook up I am. He like, are you okay? I can't fucking talk. I'm ugly crying. I'm not okay. Oh, yeah. He looked back. He said, baby, were you in Lower Wacker? Turn the car off and take a deep breath, baby girl. It's gonna be okay. You got out. Baby, when I tell you I was bawling. Oh, Lord. When I finally calmed down, I told that man what happened. That man said, you came in contact with a gargoyle. What? I asked that man, I said, you mean like the gargoyles that's on top of the Harold Washington Library? Those type of gargoyles? He said, yeah. That little cartoon TV show, that's about here. We got gargoyles for real. When I was a little girl, I promise you, I promise you, we went to the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. I am standing down there and I looked up at the top of the Harold Washington Library. When I tell you, one of them gargoyle statues, the head turned and the wings settled down. Boy, I got to crying my ass. My mama swore up and down I had too much of an overactive imagination. Well, that police officer just let me know it ain't overact. We got fucking gargoyles. We got gargoyles. Listen, I worked in the Sears Tower. And there was a time it was raining so fucking bad. It was like raining for like 3 days straight, okay? And this one time that I went up this damn Sears Tower. First of all, I'm scared of heights, okay? I'm not trying to go up there, but something told me to go the fuck up there anyway. I had a free pass. I went up there. Cool, no problem. I'm looking out the window. I swear to God, I seen a gargoyle flying in the goddamn storm cloud. And now the police officer telling me we got gargoyles in Lower Wacker? He asked me where did I see it at. I told him where I went. He said, wait a minute. You went down and then went down again? I said, yeah. He said, girl, you better be glad you came the fuck back out. Huh? He said, it's tunnel people down there, everything. It's a whole different world down there. It's a city on top of the city. You don't know that? You know what? You know what? I did know it was a city on top of a city, but I wasn't thinking like that. I don't fuck around with Lower Wacker. I don't fuck around with Lower Wacker. It's a portal to hell. I don't give a damn what nobody say. It's all types of shit down there. You kiss my ass. You can literally hear moans and groans and all kind of shit coming from down there. I wish you would tell me I gotta go down there, work down there. Hell to the no. Hell no. I have gotten this question a lot, and I want to teach y'all about the power of your tongue and words. Certain prayers, blessings, and mantras are specific to that person because it literally has that person's spirit wrapped into it. There are 10 mantras that my grandmother and my great-grandmother gave to me that are specifically for me. I had one time where I told one of my female friends one of the mantras and she tried to use it and she went crazy. You have to be careful using the words that come out of other people's mouths because if it's not meant for you, it will show you it's not meant for you. However, a universal mantra, I can't teach you that one. And it's crazy because I guarantee you have heard it throughout your whole entire life. And people don't realize just how strong this mantra really is. No ill intent formed against me shall prosper. May my ancestors watch over and protect me for the rest of my days. I implore any and everybody to say that every single day. A lot of people don't understand how I get out of so much stuff, and it's because of that one particular mantra. So to make it really like ground you and stick home, when you wake up in the morning, don't speak. Don't say nothing to nobody. Go to your bathroom, wash your face with just water, no soap, brush your teeth, drink a cup of water, and the first thing that you say is that mantra. And you have no idea how easy your life will become after that. Like you can literally feel something light and airy propelling you through the world. I want to quickly clarify some things, and it's about the statement where I said that the Polish and the Irish in Chicago had it damn near just as bad as the slaves in the South. First and foremost, a lot of y'all are new here. You don't know that I'm a direct slave descendant to the man who helped start the Confederacy in South Carolina, and the plantation that held my family is still standing in Rose Hill, Union, South Carolina. So if I am making a comparison to Irish and Polish lives being damn near the same as slaves' lives, that speaks volumes. You have to give credit to the people who lost everything just like we did. And for Chicago, the Polish and the Irish, yeah, those the people that you got to give homage to. A lot of people don't know that the police literally took a whole building of Irish people and kept them in mental chain. Here's the gag. The white men went over there and they said, hey, look, come over here to America, specifically Chicago. You're going to get a part of the American dream once you help us build it. And the Irish and the Polish was like, okay, it's better than over here. When they came over here, a lot of those people, they got all of their identifiable information taken away from them. So even if they wanted to go back to wherever their home country was, they couldn't. Then those people were put into housing blocks. A lot of those buildings were owned by police officers who was racist as fuck and would literally go door for door raping and beating the women of the house as a return for the rent. There were husbands and fathers who were literally forced out of their apartments so their wives and the mothers of their children were raped, beaten. Even if the man had the money for the rent, it did not matter. These people who held their mental chains were so fucking evil, they didn't give a fuck. A lot of people don't know about the building that was on the west side near Cabrini Green that was full of Polish people, where they had an overseer who would literally come to the building with buses, open up the doors, let them come out, take them to a work site, use and abuse them every day, all day on that work site, bring them back to that building, and once they're in, they're locked in. They cannot fucking leave. So when I say the Irish and the Polish damn near had it just as bad as the slaves in the South, I fucking mean that, and I stand on it. You have to give homage to the shit that they went through. It's not 100% as bad as the slaves in the South. However, they damn near neck and neck. And I gotta show respect to that. And so do you. Because honest to God, if it wasn't for the blood that was spilt from them people, this city would not have been shaped the way that it was. Y'all gotta understand that slaves didn't build Chicago. The Irish and the Polish did. However, this city was made as a black man's Mecca. Because this was one of the few places in the Midwest or close to the South that you can actually get anything close to real freedom. Sad, ain't it? It's just, whew, baby, Chicago history is just sad. Why y'all ain't tell me it was a paranormal side of TikTok for Chicago? I have found my people, baby. It is so much paranormal activity in Chicago, it's not even funny. And it's not just from the gang violence and killings from that. No, it's more than that. Like, y'all gotta realize how many people died trying to actually build this city. Because you gotta remember, it was a swamp. The Irish and the Polish, baby, they had it rough building this bitch. They blood is everywhere. Okay? They was used and abused just as bad as the slaves in the South. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Hell, a lot of people don't realize Valentine's Day, as in February 14th, the I love you, you love me day, was made because of Al Capone and his murderous rampage across Chicago and the Midwest. Chicago is soaked in blood, okay? Political or even regular schmegular people. It is soaked in blood. And one thing for sure and two things for certain, baby, the land, don't let it go. There are places in Chicago where you can actively feel the energy field change. Like you could cross a block and you could feel the energy change. I got a story time for y'all, and it's about how I was chased down on 76 and Exchange by a ghost, and the police low-key saved me. It's like 2:30 in the morning, baby. When I tell you me and my old man was going at it at this time, baby, we was going at it. And if I stayed in that house, they was going to bring me out in handcuffs and him in a body bag, baby. I had to go. I tell myself, you know what? I'm going to just take one little whoop around the block. I'll be all right. Wrong. I was wrong. First and foremost, you don't go walking around outside in no place, in no part of this motherfucking world at 2 o'clock in the morning, because that's the witching hour, okay? Spirits is going to get your ass. And me being me from the family that I'm from, spirits is gonna get my ass. So check this. I'm coming up 77th and Exchange. On the side of the block that I'm on, that's the same side of the block where the nursing home is, on 75th and Exchange. As soon as I crossed the corner from 77 to 76, it was an energy change. Like instant goosebumps. Hairs standing on end. Every part of my being is telling me, bitch, fight or flight. Run, ho, run. But I stay the course. I'm going down Exchange. I'm on 76. I'm halfway through with it. As I cross over to 75th, it gets cold. Okay? Get real cold. Halfway in the block, the lights in the metro station start going off. Over there on Exchange, the metro station stretch a whole fucking block. So from the beginning, or the end of 76, 75th, all the way down to the point where 75th and 74th touch, that's one long ass metro station. Starting from down there at 76, baby, you could hear them lights as if it was a fucking movie. You could hear the lights turning off section by section. And then the street lights started following it. I want to scream. I can't. I want to run. I can't. The lights turning off is almost to me, and finally something unlocked my feet for me to fucking move. So now I'm walking again. I get to the corner of 75th and Exchange. This is where one side got the nursing home. Across from that got the currency exchange. Across from that, across the tracks, is the restaurant. Across the street from that is the liquor store. Y'all know where I'm at? Okay, good. Because in that intersection where it's always lights, no matter if it's on a building, on the street, or on Metro, all that shit turned the fuck off. The only thing that was lit up was the sign to the fucking nursing home. Y'all, oh my God. Either I'm finna die or I'm finna get possessed. I just know it. I just know it. Glory be to God, out of nowhere, a fucking police officer just turned on the lights. They sitting in the driveway of the nursing home. He get on the megaphone. He say, "What you doing out here this late, Miss Lady?" "Oh, Lord. Oh, hallelujah, bitch. Serve and protect. Take me home. Take me home." That man say, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" I said, "I don't know what the fuck is wrong, but the lights is going off. It's cold as hell. Take me the fuck home. Put serve and protect, bitch. Send me home now." The driving cop is a white cop. The passenger cop is a black cop. He trying to calm me down. It ain't working. The white cop say, "Hey, bro, I ain't got time for this shit. I'm finna get another detail." "I'm sorry, has this happened before?" He say, "Yeah, this the third time in a row. I ain't got time for this shit. It's weird shit happening in my house now. Hell to the no. Please do your job and take me home. Baby, I am paying your salary. Take me home. Take me home, serve and protect. Take me home." As soon as I got into the squad car, I fucking kid you not, every light in the intersection came back on. Oh, Lord. The ghost tried to get me, y'all. The black cop say, "Oh, hell no. Hurry the fuck up. Where she live at?" I ain't never been so happy to walk into my goddamn apartment. Never in my life. When I tell you, I walked in that kitchen, I grabbed some pure olive oil, and baby, y'all got the chanting, throwing oil on the goddamn door. I don't know what the fuck is out there, but it got to stay out there. It's some crazy paranormal shit that happened in Chicago. I got stories on stories on stories on stories, because I be somewhere everywhere in this city all the time, baby. Whew. If y'all want another one, let me know. Y'all like my stories about the paranormal activity that I experienced in Chicago? Well, here we go, story time again. This time is a story time about how I got possessed while I was sleeping at a park, and the spirit almost killed me. Y'all, if you would have asked me, I was back in the 90s. It was hot as fuck. It's the summertime. I'm laying in my bed just being a beautiful fat kid. And then I hear my friends' voices yelling through my bedroom window for me to get the fuck up. As I'm walking to the window, I can hear their feet running down the gangway back to the front of the house. For the people who don't know what a gangway is, in Chicago, our houses are close together, but they're still far apart, if that makes any sense. And in between our houses, we have walkways that we call gangways. Now, here's the thing. Most of the houses and buildings in Chicago is made out of brick because we had the biggest brick building, brick making company in the country. So when you running down a gangway or you talking through the gangway, everything echo. Remember that I said everything echo, because after their feet stopped running through the gangway, I couldn't hear anything. It was as if somebody had put noise cancellation headphones on my whole entire body. My childhood house is on 75th in Michigan, and it's right down the street from the 50-yard line. This is a busy street. 75th Street is busy. 76th Street is busy. We right by the expressway. I feel rumbles and grumbles from the expressway all the fucking time. But at this particular moment, I hear and feel nothing. Being a kid, I'm not too alarmed. I shit, shower, shave, take my ass outside. But see, here's the thing. When I get outside, nobody is out there. I can see the cars going past down 76th Street, but I can't fucking hear them. I get to walking down the block. I think I got like maybe 100 feet away from my front door, and something told me to look up at the sun. But see, that's the next problem. The sun wasn't the sun that I know. I have never seen the sun like this before. I was finna say I don't know how to describe it to you, but actually, I'm looking at a perfect example. Okay, you see this lamp? You see how like it's warmish yellow, but you could see like it's something bigger and brighter back there, right? That's how the sun look. You know, like I know, you ain't supposed to be able to look directly into the sun without your retinas burning at some point in time. But here my ass is looking up at this bitch without a fucking bra. As I'm looking up, I get to walking. Because I hear my friends playing down the street. I don't see them, but I can hear them. Next thing I know, I hear my grandma voice telling me, Catherine, Catherine, God damn it, Catherine, get your spirit back in this house. The fact that she said, get your spirit back in this house made me turn the fuck around and double time back to that front porch. Do you hear me? But here's the thing. When I get to the front porch, I run in, I close the door. When I close the door, for whatever reason why, I open up my eyes and y'all, I kid you not, I open my eyes and I'm looking down a fucking cliff to some sharp ass fucking rocks and waves. Haunted location number 2. The South Shore Cultural Center on 71st and South Shore. Baby, this bitch is lit. Do you hear me? The motherfucker is lit. At night, you can see orbs dancing across the damn water or across the, a part of the, what is the golf course name? Whatever the golf course is on the south side, a part of that golf course, you can see little orbs dancing across the goddamn grass. If you go to the conservatory and you drive around to the back, you will see that it lets out into a beautiful beach. If you walk down the beach to the other end and you go up the little, it look like a little hill, that leads you to the lagoon. It's one of many naturally preserved lagoons in Chicago. If you keep on walking through, you will get to a plateau. And it's got like a couple of different little fire pits out there. And it just has beautiful scenery of the city. Me and my friend, we take our books, our blankets, something to eat, something to drink. We go out there and we lay in the grass. Somehow, some way we fall asleep. Here's a no-no. You don't never go through trees that cross each other. If you have trees that cross and they leave an opening, 9 times out of 10, it's a motherfucking opening to another dimension. You stay the fuck away from. What I did not realize is that we were literally laying under trees that was touching at the very top. Y'all, the goddamn spirits out of pen came into my motherfucking dreams and was trying to make me jump over the edge. As I open up my eyes and I finally see the waves and the rocks and the water beneath me, everything around me starts to come back into play. Like now I can finally hear things, I can see things, I can feel the heat from the sun. But most notably, it's my friend screaming at the top of her lungs telling me to wake the fuck up. Sis behind me grabbing my pants trying to pull me away from the edge. She literally chanting, Mama Angie, Grandma Minnie, somebody please, please from the afterworld release her. Child. The spirits almost got my ass. They almost got me. We sitting there. I'm trying to tell her what the fuck happened to me in this damn dream. Cause baby, if you would have asked me, I was 10 years old back in the motherfucking 90s playing on 75th in Michigan. She just so happened to like pull one of these moves and she look up. And she say, holy shit. Baby, when I tell you that the branches of these 2 trees literally made 3 arches above us. We broke camp, bitch. We broke camp. You ain't got to tell us. You, Mr. Spirit, that's your house. You right. You got it. I'm talking about as soon as we left from the lagoon land, we turned around and we said a blessing prayer, hoping that nothing will follow us because we ain't want no motherfucking smoke. Now here's the crazy part. We done got out of the whole conservatory park, okay? We finna get on the bus. She say, girl, if that ghost would have did something to you, I'd have fucked that ghost up. When I tell you, the bus doors closed so hard on that woman and squeezed her. Baby, when I tell you them doors were not open. The motherfucking bus driver is like, what the fuck? What the fuck? He trying to pull the handle and shit. She's screaming, I'm screaming, and I say, she ain't mean it. Bitch, the door's open. Ho, 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 ho. We finna go to this motherfucking church and get blessed, baby. We finna go get blessed, baby, because Mr. Spirit, he with us. We can't have this shit going to the crib. We gotta go get blessed, bitch. Baby, Chicago is active on the paranormal side, especially around the water. The water don't never forget. The land don't never forget. You guys to be careful around these parts. Yeah, you can't just worry about the alive humans. You got to worry about the unalive humans too. If you like those stories, then I got another one for you. Paranormal Activity in Chicago Part 3, Siren and Mermaid Edition. Yeah, you heard me. Siren and Mermaid Edition. All around Chicago are little lagoons, little ponds, and all other kind of shit. A lot of people think that they're man-made, but they're not. It's because of the reversal of the Chicago River. So, back by 79th and Normal, which is on the south side, there's like a lagoon. It looked like a little piece of a river or a small little lake. Matter of fact, I'll show you. Can you see this little strip right here? Yeah, that's all water that runs straight through a community. The elders from where I'm from told my little susceptible ass to the spirits to stay the fuck away from over there, because the water is haunted by a spirit. You see, from all types of situations, it's been all types of bodies that done came up in that water. Way back in the day, it was a folklore that said there was a beautiful voice that used to come from the water and drive men insane, and they would go into the water until their death. Well, child, I believe it. I believe it. My hard-headed ass decided that I was going to skip school this day. And I went over there to meet up with this boy. Now, because his sister wouldn't leave out the house, I had to wait around in the park. As I'm sitting there waiting, I'm wondering, like, literally saying, somebody give me a sign. Should I follow him or follow something else? I heard, follow me. It was so sweet and sexy and alluring. I had to figure out where the voice came from. I'm looking around, and I hear it in my ear again. Follow me. So I follow it. Knowing I know motherfucking better. I know not to follow disembodied voices. But I couldn't help it. Something had a control over my feet. At one point of the lagoon, it's like directly in the middle. There's a little statue. You ain't supposed to go near the statue. It was a man coming past on his bike. He seen me about to touch the statue. That man threw an orange at my head and snapped me out of my trance. I looked at him, he looked at me, he said, get the fuck from around that water, young lady. That ain't what you want. I came home. I told my granny what happened. When I tell you, in the blink of an eye, my granny had 2 metal fly swatters in her hand, whooping the shit out of me. All I hear, didn't I tell you to stay from over there? The water ain't no good. I done got slapped 7 ways to Sunday. I don't think I need a blessing because she done knocked the fucking spirit off my ass. I'm confused. I don't know what just happened. I'm finna cry. I say, Granny. She looked at me. She said, ooh, I'm so mad at you. I can't even look at you right now. She walk off, go upstairs. Next thing I know, I hear her praying. My mama heard my grandma praying through the floor. My mama come out into in the living room and she say, why the hell do I hear your grandma chanting your name? I don't know how the hell she did it, but somehow, some way, my granny was standing behind my mama talking about she went and played with the motherfucking deity and I had to cleanse her ass. That's why. This was the second time I ever heard my grandma curse in her whole entire life. So I knew I fucked up. And I did. I couldn't go outside, couldn't go to the damn lake, couldn't go play with my friends, no nothing until my grandma knew my ass was safe. Sirens and mermaids are real.
I could go on and on about each one of these stories, but I've been told that I talk too much in my videos. Granted, they are my videos and I like to talk, so I don't think I'm going to take that too seriously, but I think my favorite out of all of these is her talking about the gargoyles on Lower Wacker. I don't know why, but I just love Lower Wacker. Not necessarily to hang out in, but I love driving through Lower Wacker. The idea of a street beneath the city for, you know, drop-offs and trash pickup, I mean, a brilliant idea. Like, it makes the city so much cleaner. It's a nice little shortcut for people who don't know it's there or aren't brave enough to take it. Granted, I say that as someone who is not yet brave enough to take it by myself. I don't drive in the city a ton where I am super familiar with driving on Lower Wacker myself, but I've been down there as a passenger many times. I just, you know, one of these days, like, I gotta do it to do it and then I'll be good. But it's one of those things that seems intimidating until you do it for the first time yourself. But I love Lower Wacker. Like, my dad gets a kick out of it because I'm like, oh, we're gonna take Lower Wacker, because it's sick to me. Like, Batman was filmed down there. It's like a secret little underground city. And don't get me started on Lower Wacker. I think it's such an interesting little factoid about the city, and I love it. I love Lower Wacker. I've never had any issues with gargoyles, but also, I don't know, if you get a little turned around down there, maybe you could end up in a place where you come in contact with them. Anything's possible. Our next TikTok's for the user, ashleeinc.
In January of 1979, a Chicago cab driver stopped to pick up a beautiful woman outside the gates of the Resurrection Cemetery. Before he could open the door to let her in, she disappeared. And what he didn't realize is he actually just had an encounter with Resurrection Mary, Chicago's most famous ghost. And the other stories about encounters with her are even creepier. This is a deep dive into Resurrection Mary's story, as well as a retelling of some other encounters with her. These are the gates of the Resurrection Cemetery. It's still there, and it's home to more than 150,000 grave sites. Mary lived on the southwest side of Chicago in the late 1920s. She was beautiful, she was elegant, she was graceful, she loved to dance. And on one winter evening, she attended a dance at the O. Henry Ballroom with a date. It's now known as the Willowbrook Ballroom. The O. Henry Ballroom at the time was a very popular venue for gatherings and dances. She looked great, she was wearing a white dress, and at first her and her date were having a great time dancing the night away. Then things took a tragic turn when she and her date got into an argument and she stormed out, deciding to walk home alone despite the late hour and the bitter cold. Mary was barely visible as she trudged through the snow down Archer Avenue walking home, and at some point a car struck her, unaliving her. The driver likely panicked and sped off, leaving her body by the side of the road. Mary's family buried her at the Resurrection Cemetery in her white ball gown, symbolizing her love for life and her final tragic evening at the ball. But it wasn't long after she was buried that sightings of her began popping up all around the cemetery and all down Archer Avenue. In the early 1930s, there were hundreds of reports of drivers driving down Archer Avenue who were flagged down by a solo woman wearing a white dress, very beautiful, who asked them for a ride. And the eyewitness accounts are all the same. She would get in the car, ask to be driven to the cemetery, and when the drivers tried to make conversation with her, she answered in short, very cryptic responses. Just before reaching the cemetery, she would vanish, leaving the drivers very shaken and upset. Other sightings concern the cemetery itself. In one of the most famous sightings in the early 1970s, a motorist driving past the cemetery reported seeing a woman trapped inside the cemetery, clawing at the gates, her face contorted in pain. He called the police, who went to investigate, and they found the bars bent with handprints. Those were removed in February of 2023, but they remain on the cemetery gates for almost 50 years, lending a certain type of authenticity to the legend. Chet's Melody Lounge, the bar across the street from Resurrection Cemetery in Justice, Illinois, has its own fair share of sightings. In one account, a group of people were standing outside the bar when they saw a young woman in a white dress outside. She seemed distressed. They approached her to ask if she needed help, and they watched her disappear across the street into the cemetery and disappear seemingly into thin air. There were even accounts at the Willowbrook Ballroom, which was O. Henry Ballroom, the last place Mary was on the night she passed. Although it burned down in 2016, there have been many accounts over the years of men who have danced with a beautiful woman in a vintage dress who eventually asked them for a ride home to, you guessed it, the cemetery. One man named Jerry Pallas told the story of this happening to him, and he stood by it as the absolute truth until he passed away. It's been almost 100 years, but there are still encounters with Resurrection Mary around the Chicagoland area. Do you think this is urban folklore? Do you think there's something to this? And also let me know if there's any local ghosts in your area that you want me to do a deep dive on. And I will add them to this new playlist, which is Ghostly Deep Dives.
Our next TikTok's for the user, Nunya2011.
Tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable, but is entirely...
Hi. So, my bestie told me that I should do one of these videos because I just have like history kind of things with certain entities and certain like ghosty kind of stories. My sister actually has the better ones, so with her permission I might share those later on, but I'm gonna give you my crazy ghost story. So I don't know how sensitive I am or whatever it is. Sometimes I just draw it to like the fact that I'm an empath, but I can smell things. I know that's super weird, but like I get like, I'll smell, like I'll get a whiff of something and it'll be like my grandmother's perfume who passed in 2009, or my grandfather's who passed away in 2002 when I was only like 14, you know? So what happened to me this one night was I was on a ghost tour and with my sisters and my father. My father has always told us stories too. Like I think he's the one that, and if any of us get like special senses, it's from him, right? Because my mom thinks it's a bunch of crock. So, and I mean, usually you can chalk up things that happen to people as stuff that happens every day. They just don't understand it, I guess. So Anyway, here is my ghosty story. So I've been on ghost tours for fun. I really like history, and that's usually what I learn from these ghost tours. The first one I ever did was in Savannah, Georgia. It was really fun. It was great. We learned history and stuff, and I really enjoyed it. Nothing happened to me. I was pregnant, and on the ghost tour, these people made me sit downstairs in like this old basement built in like 1760, and they had cameras on me and set a bunch of orbs around me, but I felt nothing. Okay, so Savannah, Georgia did not do it for me. My honeymoon, fast forward to 2014, we got married in October, so we decided to go to Massachusetts for our honeymoon. I really wanted to go to New England. I had never been there before, and we went to Salem, of course. And when we were in Salem, we decided to do a ghost tour, right? It was incredible, by the way. I wish I remember which tour it was, but it was incredible. We learned so much history. We went to so many places that like we didn't go to during the day. So if you are in Salem at any point in time, please just go do a ghost tour, even if it's just for the history. Again, I kind of felt like I was being watched the entire time I was there. Like I would just like, just like you look over your shoulder. But again, nothing really there. Shockingly enough, right? You can't go into cemeteries at night in Massachusetts though. So maybe if I went into one of those, something more exciting would have happened, I guess, but no, nothing. I didn't get weird smells. However, I live in Illinois, and in 2016 or 17, I don't remember which one, my sisters and my dad, like I said, went on this ghost tour in Alton, Illinois. If you don't know Alton, Illinois, look it up. Seriously. It's where a bull shark was found in the Mississippi River. There's tons of history. It's right on the Mississippi River. It's just old. Like it's old, but it's a really cool town. A lot of limestone is there, if you know the history with limestone, or like just the I guess like the gossip behind that, or what people think limestone can do. Ghost Hunters, if you ever watched Ghost Hunters, they were there at Mineral Springs Hotel. Yeah, so we went on this ghost tour, and it was fine. Like, he was telling us stuff in history and whatever. They actually had pieces of a Civil War prison. It was for, like, the prisoners were Confederates. You're in Illinois, so it was a Union prison for Confederates, right? So that was really cool to go by. I'd been there before, like I'd been Alton before, right? The last place on the tour, we went into a church. I think it's some Unitarian church up on like part of a hill there. I instantly felt dread as soon as I walked in there. And you sat in like the wooden pews, and it's a really small church. And it was kind of weird because I'm trying to describe it to people. You had your two sections of pews with the middle aisle down, and my dad and I sat next to each other. And the guy who started playing the piano that was there, like our head guy, he was like playing fun music and like making it funny, And my sisters sat like away from us. I'm not positive where, but they sat not right next to my dad and I, which was crazy. And like there was like a partition wall, right? Like I was sitting down, and that's where the altar was in front of us. It's not big, right? Maybe 20 feet in front of us was the altar, and then behind it was like a partition wall, because like in the back was like where you would have Sunday school or different classrooms or anything like that, right? So there was like child artwork back there. Like when they make clouds, and then they hang strings of construction paper from like the cloud to look like rain, but it's like looks like a little accordion style. Do you know what I'm saying? So there was like 5 strips off this one that I was looking at, and this guy was giving us a history about this pastor that like he went crazy, and he like was really mysterious. Like they didn't know where he came from, and it was like the early 1900s, and all this. I mean, creepy pastor story, right? While he's telling the story, my dad's like, I can't do this anymore. I cannot be in here. I don't like it. I'm leaving. So my dad picked up and he walked out, and he just sat in the car because he knew this was our last stop and he was done. He had too much stimulation from this ghosty tour. I almost followed him. The amount of dread and depression and heaviness that I felt in this church was crazy. I mean, I had never felt like that before, and it was not good. You know what I'm saying? So again, this piece of artwork is behind, and he's telling the story, and my dad dipped out, and I'm looking at this artwork. It just caught my eye for some reason, and he's finishing up the story, and I'm kind of listening about the pastor being crazy and weird, and nobody knew where he came from, and he had these, like an affair or something, and all this kind of stuff. And I'm looking at this piece of artwork, and I shit you not, maybe I can have an example, right? Sorry, I'm trying to see what paint I want in my bathroom. Okay, so like, say these things are like hanging, like accordion style, right? And it's like the cloud, okay? I shit you not, there was one, like they're all hanging, there was like one in the center, and it kept like swinging back and forth. Seriously, these like 5 construction pieces, and like the middle one was just doing this. Back and forth and back and forth. None of the other 2 on the other side of it were moving. And I looked at it, and I was staring at it and staring at it, and it kept moving. And it's just this piece of child artwork. And I was like, God, that kind of reminds me of like a noose. You know what I'm saying? Like a rope. Right? And this, as I'm thinking this in my head, right? The ghost tour guy goes, yeah, and then the pastor ended up unaliving himself with a rope in that back room. When I tell you, my whole body chilled. Like I still have goosebumps from it. Like, I don't know if you guys can see this, but I'm still like, I was done. I was like, get me out. Get me out. Get me out. This is too much for me today. I don't think so. I cannot handle this. So no. Did I see anything? Technically no. But I asked my sister too. I was like, did you see the piece of artwork movie? And they're like, no. And they even turned on the lights for us, and we went back there. I was like, I'm not going back there. I don't want to. I went back there for like 3 seconds. I was like, Dad's outside. Let's go. I'm done. So, Alton. Alton to me was scarier than Salem, and it was scarier than Savannah, Georgia. But according to my sister who's with me, and I've not been there yet, New Orleans. New Orleans is probably one of the scariest places she said that she's ever been. Ever. So maybe I can get her to come on here and tell her story. But seriously, check out Alton, Illinois. It's worth it.
Our next TikTok spell user, Becoming Memo.
We encountered a ghost at a high school trip, and none of us realized that it was a ghost until we got back onto the bus, left the school, and did research on the high school's history. This is a story that actually happened to me when I was a sophomore in high school, and our French class and language classes in the high school was doing a special trip to Champaign-Urbana. This was going to be a 2-day trip, which we would stay in a hotel overnight. Let me tell you, that hotel was creepy. It was very medieval. There were literally like night suits on display on every floor, every hallway. It was really creepy. And then every room adjoined to each other, so you could literally go into the room and walk straight from the first room to the last room through the middle of the room. Like, there was literally a door in every room that connected every room together. Anyway, the first thing that we noticed when we first got to the school is that the 3rd floor in the school was closed off. We didn't know why, but that's probably what made me curious, because I was the one that led us on the expedition of the 3rd floor. The last day there, my friends and I did not want to attend any of the multicultural events that the school was having, so we decided that we were just going to camp out at the end of one of the hallways where the staircases were. Now again, the 3rd floor is off limits, so they literally had people guarding the 3rd floor so that you could not sneak into the 3rd floor, and they weren't taking shifts. Like, one person would be there for a couple hours, another person would get up and And we just thought maybe it's because, you know, they don't want all these people up in their nice little school up in the 3rd floor where maybe the good stuff is at, you know? So after hanging out there for a few hours and just sitting and eating, we noticed that someone had left the 3rd floor staircase, and we didn't realize that they had left. So of course I say, oh my god, it's our chance to go exploring. So we go up on our voyage of the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was long and dark, okay? Every room, like in a school, had a little long window on the door. So we were peeking into every long window, and I had a little camcorder at that time that I was using to record, to go into every bathroom, every classroom. Shit. I'm trying to remember like every aspect of the situation that happened. So I'm recording in every classroom. There was no bathrooms that we noticed upstairs, so it's a long hallway, and this is a big school, right? So the hallway probably took us like 4 or 5 minutes to walk. But as like we're walking through the hallway, halfway there's kind of like a slant that goes down. So we go down that slant, and as we're going down that slant, we literally heard a dog. We heard a fucking howl, and we just like stood there like, at the school? Maybe they keep the dogs up here? What? So we continue on our voyage, and we finally get to the end of the hallway, which is where all the staircases are located. Again, we decide to sit and just hang out at the 3rd floor since there's no one there anyway, right? So while we're putting our stuff out to camp up on the 3rd floor staircase, so imagine that there's like, you know, those little glass doors that are like dividers, but it's just you walking through the hallways. So they had that disconnected the staircase in the rooms that are in the hallway now, right? So there I go with my camcorder into every single one of the rooms, the little windows, and I could tell that there were, you know, normal desks, normal chairs, but they were like the desks that had the chairs attached to them. That was it, because a lot of them didn't even have a desk besides for the chalkboard that's already built into the wall usually. All of these classrooms were also closed. None of the doors were open, so nothing out of the ordinary. So we're just kind of like, okay, what's the point of closing off the 3rd floor? There's nothing up here that's of any importance. So we camp again, right? And we're just sitting there, we're talking, when suddenly one of the doors to the classroom, the first classroom on the right side, the door freaking opens. Like, you know, because it's like a heavy knob in schools, you can hear that loud as fuck when they open. We all just fucking froze. We stopped talking and we looked toward that way. We're like, oh shit, you know? So we're just looking over there, and we see a lady in red come out with the suitcase like this. She did not acknowledge us at all. She didn't even look at us. She just walked straight, took a pivot, and left down the long hallway from where we had just came from. We thought, okay, she's definitely gonna go tell someone that we're up here, because she didn't say anything to us. So we just decided to dip, and we left because it was almost time to leave anyway, so that we had to load the buses and come back home. On the 3-hour ride back home, like, that situation just kept playing in my mind. It was so weird to me, right? So we had like little phones back then, and they could still go on the internet. It was just harder to type, you know what I'm saying? So I went on Google on the ride back home, and I researched the history of the school. Girl, what I found is that supposedly one of the teachers, she was having an affair with one of her students. Oh, and I wanted to say that her dress, she was wearing red when she came out. I don't know that this has any significance, but I just like to put out all the details. But anyway, when I did the research, this lady was having an affair with one of her students, and her husband caught her. So he was making her end the relationship with the student. If not, he was gonna go to the school and tell the school what she was doing. So she told the student that she was in a relationship with, and they both decided to sacrifice their lives to be together in a real life Romeo and Juliet type scene, so that they could be together forever without anybody standing in their way. So supposedly the 3rd floor in the school in Champaign-Urbana, I think it has 2 high schools, it's the biggest one. Supposedly the 3rd floor in that school is haunted, and I saw the ghost.
Honestly, as I did the research for this video, I think what I really learned is there's a lot of haunted hotels I could check out in Illinois if I really wanted to. I don't think I'll ever go into ghost hunting again because of the risk of bringing something home, but I don't know, maybe I'll have a little staycation somewhere in Illinois and check out a haunted hotel just for fun. Our next TikTok's by the user teaganearley.
Tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable but is entirely true.
Hi, yeah, Midwest ghosts are built different, can confirm. Hi friends, normally I post very different content, but I saw this trend going around and I thought this was as good a time as any to tell my best ghost story. I have since had other experiences. It's almost like this kind of like opened up my sensitivity, but yeah, this was definitely the craziest experience I've ever had with paranormal. So a couple years ago, I was on my way to a rehearsal in Chicago, and I was staying outside of the city at the time, and so I was coming in a couple hours early for the rehearsal, and I was just gonna like get lunch, read outside, have a good time. But on my way to the theater, all of a sudden this little white dog like ran out in front of my car. The dog was fine, and the dog is not the ghost in the story, so we managed to catch it and get it back to its owners before anyone gets too concerned. So I pulled over to the side of the road, and this was like a side street in Chicago. It was busy, but it wasn't too busy. And the dog is just bolting down the street. And so I kind of just park my car in one of the street parking spaces, and then I start following it on foot because I figure like car would be really scary for a dog who's already like escaped and running and freaked out. And some other weird stuff happened like while I was running after this dog, but I'm not going to get into that because that would make this a super long video. So the dog was super fast, and so it managed to kind of duck around the corner before I could get to it. And I eventually went around that same corner. I lost sight of it. And so I was just kind of walking, hoping that there wasn't a ton of other places it could have run. It was probably going to have to go straight. So I'm just walking along, trying to catch a glimpse of this dog, trying to see if there's anyone else who's chasing it. I eventually come across the front gates of the oldest and biggest cemetery in the city of Chicago, Rose Hill Cemetery. And for those of you who are not from Chicago, there's a lot of overhead trains. They're awesome. I love them. And the way that the front gates of this particular cemetery work are there's like an overhead train that creates like an underpass. Then you go through that underpass, and then there's these giant Gothic, gorgeous front gates to the cemetery. They were designed by the same person who designed the water tower downtown. Like, that's the type of Chicago history we're dealing with this cemetery. And under the underpass, so not like in front of the gates of the cemetery, but the underpass right in front of the cemetery, there's this cop, and like parked cop car, and then cop who is taking a smoke break. And already like some stuff felt weird about this guy. He had like a big 80s handlebar mustache. I mean, I guess those could be coming back in, slay. And then like both his uniform and the squad car did not look like the modern ones that I see driving around Chicago all the time. But like nothing else seemed particularly off about this guy. So I thought, you know, maybe the precinct is just a little underfunded or something. Like, and they can't afford new equipment every couple of years. Crazy. So I walk up to this man and I say, hey, trying to ask about the dog. And before I can even get my question out, he says, are you looking for that little white dog? And I'm like, yes. Do you know where it went? And before he answers, we have a full conversation. He's like, is it your dog? I'm like, no, but I don't know whose dog it is. I just figured I would help because I have some free time. And he's like, okay. Well, the dog just ran through the front gates of the cemetery. And y'all, the cemetery is massive. So I was kind of like, okay, at least it's in a gated area where it can't really run anywhere else. Like, it's gonna be in there somewhere, but it's gonna take me forever to find this dog, especially if I'm the only one looking for it somehow. So at this point, I thank the officer. I start walking towards the gates because it's public, it's open. People walk through there with their dogs during the day all the time and stuff. Like, it's basically a park. And the officer stops me in my tracks and says, wait, before you go in there, just so you know, those front gates close at 5 on the dot. And afterwards, nothing gets out. And I laugh because like I thought he was kidding, but I still remember how my skin crawled when he said this to me. But he looks me dead in the eyes and he goes, no, seriously, you're going to want to be out of there by 5. And I was like, okay, thank you for that information. I wouldn't have known that information otherwise. I probably would have gotten stuck in there because it was about like 3:30, 3:45 at this point. And again, it's a big cemetery, so I would have just gone wandering around until I found this dog, and I probably would have gotten locked in there. So then I assure him I'm going to get out of there by 5. I thank him, and I start towards the cemetery. Now, for reference, overpass, cemetery gates. They were probably only about 100 feet apart. Like, this is not a long distance that I was crossing. So I'm walking for about 5 seconds, and then I realize this guy could give me a head start. I'm going to turn around and ask him which direction in the cemetery the dog ran. So I turn around not 5 seconds after I had spoken to this man, and both the man and the squad car were gone. And because I know you will all probably be wondering, no, I did not hear an engine start. No, I did not hear a car door slam. I did not hear sirens. I did not even hear this man walking. All that was left of him and his squad car was the smell of cigarette smoke still in the air. I was that close where I could still smell the cigarette smoke, but the car and the man were gone. So that positively chilled me to the bone, but in the moment I kind of justified it to myself. I'm like, maybe somehow he left really, really quickly. So of course I went into that cemetery anyway. And sure enough, for like an hour and a half, I'm looking around for this dog. I keep thinking I hear like whispers and like weird stuff is happening, but again, justifying it away. My only focus is on finding this dog. At one point, I even left the cemetery on foot, went and got my car and drove it in because I had so much ground to cover and like so little time to do it because all I could hear was that cop's voice in my head saying, you better be out by 5. So right before 5, I'm looking at the clock. I'm getting really nervous. I still haven't found the dog. And so I start driving towards the front gates of the cemetery again to get out of there. And I cannot make this shit up. I was looking in my rearview mirror, kind of like scanning my mirrors and stuff to see if I could see any trace of movement. And a big black dog ran across like my rearview mirror, so behind my car. And I had 2 thoughts in that moment. The first of which was, oh my gosh, maybe that dog is chasing the other dog. I should turn back around and go look. But the second one, of course, was that cop saying, after 5, nothing gets out. So I did one of the few smartest things I've ever done, and I listened to the cop. I ignored whatever that creature was, and I got out of that cemetery. And sure enough, I got out of there literally right as the clock turned 5. I think I got out of there at like 58. And then at 4:59, 5 o'clock, the gates closed. Like they're on an automatic timer, and they locked shut. And then like we did end up finding the dog. It was hiding in a bush somewhere nearby. Called the owners, got it back to it. It was really like a sweet reunion moment, actually. So I started looking up like cop killed in action in this neighborhood, just kind of general information about the crime rates, like different things that like something about this cop did not feel entirely natural, even though I had been not 3 feet from him having a human conversation with him, and I could have reached out and touched him, and I'm sure that my hand would not have gone through. Like that's how real it felt. 3 days into this research, I find an online database that a bunch of veteran police officers started to honor officers who had been killed in action or otherwise like had passed on. I think this database went as far back as like the 1890s. Like it was very extensive research. So I started in like the 50s and I went through, because some of them had pictures. I went through every single profile. And when I got to 1984, I remember this so distinctly, I had a physical reaction because suddenly I clicked and I was looking into the face of the man that I had spoken to not 3 days earlier. And that man had died in 1984. Not on that spot, but he was buried in Rose Hill Cemetery. Oh, y'all thought I wouldn't show receipts? This is the guy. This is the guy I had a full conversation with before he vanished into thin air. And I'm only blacking out his name and his information out of respect. And I was wrong. Sorry, not 84, 86, but yeah. So I like to think that Officer J was just a helpful guy who liked his job, liked helping people, and has continued to do so after death. Because again, I wouldn't have known that I would have been locked in that cemetery if he had not told me. But yeah, that's why I don't doubt anything paranormal anymore. Because I had a full conversation with a ghost, and they looked as real as I do to you right now.
I really love when people talk about experiences they had where they had a full-blown conversation with someone later to find out that it was a ghost. You know, they might think something's a little off in the moment, like the fact that he had kind of an 80s mustache, but they have a full-blown conversation. Everything else seems completely normal. And then after the fact, they find out he wasn't real, that it was a ghost. They were talking to something. They were talking to an entity of some kind. Whether, you know, obviously in this case, I believe he was once a human. It was a human spirit. Also the fact that he warned her specifically, make sure you're out of there by this time. because otherwise you won't get out until morning. That's a terrifying warning to hear, like being stuck in the cemetery until morning. They'll just lock you in there. Our next TikTok's by the user, The Final Girl 13.
Tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable but is entirely true.
Let me tell you guys about the time that my best friend tried to convince me to contact the ghost that was in my house when we were 14 years old. And we did. For reference, I grew up in a 2-flat in the south side of Chicago that was built in the 1800s. My grandmother's house was the house that helped change the Chicago code that meant you had to have 2 entrances in it because the owner of the house died in a fire because there was only one way in and one way out, and the fire that killed him was in my bedroom. Now this house was incredibly haunted, and the ghosts in this house liked to torment the little final girl, and I told her this, and I told her about how the ghost would like to pull me into the pantry that was behind my bedroom that was connected to the kitchen, and at 14 years old she got it in her head that we should decide to contact them. So me, Holly, and my godbrother Bradley decided to go into the kitchen, and we stand there and we look at the pantry, and there's a curtain for the door, and because my grandmother couldn't afford a door at the time, she just liked this little silk blue curtain, and so we're there staring at the curtain, and she's taunting it and taunting it and taunting it, and no one is home, and it's just the 3 of us, and I'm scared, and I'm like, please Holly, I don't want to do this. My grandma's out of town for another 2 weeks. I really don't want to do this, and I gotta sleep here tonight, and they're gonna fuck with me again, and I don't want to do this. And all of a sudden she's like, there's nothing there. See, I told you there's nothing there. And the curtain grabs like a hand. So we stand there holding a candle. My godbrother Bradley is freaking out. She starts saying the Lord's Prayer, and I'm just praying to God that I don't get tormented that night. As soon as Holly finishes the Lord's Prayer, the candle goes out. I drop it. We run to the front of the house where my cousin Jennifer opens the door and says, why are you guys standing in the dark? Turns on the light, and 3 light bulbs above us shatter, to which we all turn and look up in shock. And if you think that made us stop trying to make contact, then you would be wrong, because that next weekend I went out to the store and I bought this little game by Parker Brothers called a Ouija board, the glow-in-the-dark one. And then she made us do a seance. And if you want that story, you have to hit the like and follow me and ask for part 2, because then I'll tell you. Because this video is already getting a little too long, and that story in itself is crazy as hell.
I mean, kind of ironic that that house is the one that changed the fire code. I'm a big supporter of fire code, because if you know me, house fires are one of my biggest fears. I'm always checking the stove. I'm always checking things that are plugged in. I don't light candles unless I know I'm going to be home to blow them out before bed, or I'm ridiculous about fire safety, but that's how you know that you'll be safe, is when you're ridiculous about your safety. But then, you know, this girl, the fact that this was obviously a very traumatic way to go, and that it was in her room, I would imagine there is a lot of energy in that room from the emotions that he was feeling and just the severity of the situation itself. Like, I'm always saying, like, I couldn't live there. I couldn't do that. I couldn't be in that room. But just, it's because I can't imagine having to handle that kind of residual energy, that kind of entity. I mean, that's a powerful thing to have to deal with, especially as a kid. Our next TikTok's with the user, ajtruecrime.
I went back to the haunted train station with some REM pods, and here's what happened. If there's any spirits here with us, tell me how many spirits are here right now. What did that say? Yeah, Sue, again. Did that say he's touching my bag? Well, unless there's a spirit ghost. It's a danger. Who's in danger? He said danger. See, this makes me want to keep coming back here. That's why I like coming back. What did that say? Alright, I'm going to put a device on the floor right here. If you want me to leave, go near that device. If you make that device go off, I will leave right now. Having challenge. Can you make that device go off? I'm lost. If you can do it, do it. There's the popo. Whoa! Whoever did that, thank you very much. Are you able to do that for us one more time? Oh my God! Yes! Thank you very much. How many times was that? 3 times? Wow. I wish you guys would tell me your name. Whoever did that, can you... They're here.
Now push the beauty.
It said now push the something. There you go. Thank you guys for doing that. Thank you for showing me signs that you're here with me. Yeah, 5, 6 times. Thank you so much. Time is it 11 o'clock? There you go.
Now that is what I call boots on the ground journalism. I love when people bring REM pods or spirit boxes to haunted areas and they let us in on the investigation without having to leave our house. Those are my favorite kinds of videos. Our next TikTok is by the user jazzywazzyyyyyyyy.
So, I know y'all been on TikTok telling y'all paranormal stories of Paranormal Chicago. The people are not lying to you. They're not lying. And let me tell you how I know. I'm from over east of Chicago. When they tell y'all people's souls does not rest, they don't. Let me tell you something. Any old ass building in Chicago, you're gonna feel that shit when you walk in. For example, we had to do a tour through the water tower, the one that didn't burn down in the Chicago fire. When I tell you, as soon as you walk in there, it's like a cold front. And if you know anything about paranormal activity, a cold front means something to walk past you that ain't here no more. Yeah, it ain't here no more. And if you know anything about Chicago, you know we have Pullman, and all of old ass houses. You don't think ain't nobody walking around in there? You don't think no? I'm pretty sure people see it. Yes, Lincoln Park Zoo, like she said, haunted. It was a grave site. Yes, some people not lying to you. Them people is not lying to you. Chicago is a very paranormal activity place. It's haunted. And yes, stay your ass off Lower Rackle Drive. It's some shit down there you don't want to see.
Our next TikTok's by the user mz.chay.
Y'all, I know y'all be saying that the South Side haunted, Northwest Side haunted, which I have a story time coming for that. But the North Side downtown, I probably think ranked number 1, y'all. So mind you, I got a 9 to 5. They really don't want me to say this. Okay, so now I do Grubhub on the side or whatever besides my 9 to 5. Now mind you, the area that I delivered to was all downtown, north side, Greeley, Lincoln Park, all that, right? Now I gotta do my history, but today was another creepy day. I had a delivery inside by Lincoln Park, and the hallway looked like off a movie of The Shining or some shit. I'm gonna insert a picture right here. Alright, so that little shit could look crazy. So then I'll go drop off the food, and mind you, the customer that I'm dropping the food off to has a mini broom in front of their door. Now mind you, if you know, you know. You know, people who have mini brooms, I don't even know what they're made of, but people call them the witch's broom, which also means for protection and also blessings, financial blessings. And she had this outside her door. And if you know, you know. Why does she have this outside her door? That it could just be a coincidence, and you know, because I have crystals, but I have them inside my door. I don't have anything outside my door. But it just made me really think about, like, why you got that outside your door and why you have it. Is this building haunted too? And I wouldn't really be surprised. Y'all, even the motherfucking lobby was looking creepy. Now watch this too. Y'all, even the elevator was creepy, y'all. Like, I don't know what, but it's a lot of these buildings in Chicago, and they all literally up north and downtown. Like, I don't even think they kind of remodeled these bitches from the old days.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I want to live there. Like, my first thought is, where is this building? Because that is stunning. I mean, I guess it could be spooky, but the lobby, so beautiful. The elevator, the wood in the elevator, so beautiful. And then she's talking about the broom. I have two right behind me. I mean, they're from Trader Joe's. I'm sure that's where she got it. They're like cinnamon brooms. But I got it as protection, not because my house is haunted. I got them when I was in LA. My apartment wasn't haunted there. But you can never be too safe, you know? I take protection crystals and protection brooms, I guess, seriously. And it's a cinnamon broom, so it's also supposed to help, like she said, bring you wealth and abundance. But it's so funny because she's like saying this building's creepy, and I'm like, that building's stunning. Where is that? I mean, she said Lincoln Park, but where in Lincoln Park? Should I check that out? And then she's like, the broom on the door. I'm like, oh, I got brooms right behind me. I mean, I wonder, maybe are they someone like me who they have the broom because, or do they get the broom after something happened? Who knows? Our final TikTok of the video is one more by ajtruecrime.
For the past 20 or 30 years, people have said if you took this path, you would go to the most haunted house in Illinois. I heard stories about the owner and his family doing satanic rituals in the basement and even doing animal sacrifices there as well. He later offed himself and his family, and they said he opened a portal that was never closed, so there was a lot of demonic energy. But as we got here, we noticed that the garage was recently on fire. It was still smoking as we got there. And then the house, it was already falling apart, but when we actually got there, it was basically gone. So the most haunted house in Illinois is no more. Unfortunately, this was my first time here, so I never got to experience any paranormal activity here. But people have said they've gotten sick here, they've been pushed, touched, and we even found a pentagram with 666 on the wall. We also heard that the owner did most of the rituals in the basement, and we wanted to climb down there to investigate, but it just wasn't safe. So we are going to leave now and never come back.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, what's left of the house is also stunning. I don't know what's with me being like, oh my god, that place is beautiful, and it's something like that everyone else thinks is creepy or is extremely haunted. I don't know. But the fact that the garage is still smoking is really creepy. I'm sure realistically it was, you know, vandals who came in and burned something and just put it out. It's not anything paranormal, but I mean, going to allegedly the most haunted house in Illinois and finding the garage smoking? I don't know. I think that would kind of like set the tone for the whole thing for me. That would for sure freak me out. That is all I have for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm so excited that I'm finally doing this series. I've been saving TikToks for forever. Like, so much so that I keep getting blocked from TikTok from saving TikToks. They're like, you need to slow down. And I'm like, I have videos that I need to make. So I do have a few more states that I have to save once TikTok lets me. But I mean, I've got like 40 states saved. So we've got quite a few videos to get through. This series isn't going to be like the entirety of what I post until it's finished. Like, I will still do regular terrifying TikToks of, you know, generic videos, glitch in the matrix. It's not like it's only going to be, you know, my 50 state series until we're done with it. Don't you worry, if you like the other content, we'll still be getting lots of regular terrifying TikToks, lots of glitch in the matrix, but yeah, we have a lot of states to go through. And I figured that I will start with, in my opinion, the best city, Chicago, Illinois. Let me know your thoughts on any of the TikToks I showed you. Let me know any paranormal experiences you've had in either Illinois or Chicago. I would love to hear it. Feel free to tag me in any TikToks you'd like to see me include in a future terrifying TikToks video. Any state-specific ones too, I can, you know, quick add them to my little folders here before I actually film the video. My TikTok username is @theAbbeyStromeyer. Also, while you're at it, please just check out my TikTok and check out my Instagram. My links are down below. I post spooky special effects makeup content on those platforms. I think you guys will enjoy it if you like my spooky videos on here. As always, if you guys like this video, please be sure to give it a big thumbs up. I will pop a couple of video suggestions on screen for you to watch next. Click the subscribe button down below and turn on post notifications so you never miss a video. I post Sundays and Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4 p.m. Central Time. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you next time. Bye.